Thank you to the EA Creator Network for making this video possible. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. So today I'm here with my sim self, which means one thing: we're doing a long play. I'm so excited because I'm finally getting back to my roots and I'm doing a realistic suburban build. So if that sounds like something you're interested in watching, then make sure you grab yourself a drink, a snack, a blanket, get comfy, and let's get into it. Alright you guys, we're just gonna jump straight into it. For today's build, I'm trying to do a 2-story apartment building in the world of Evergreen Harbour. This is the pack that we got from Eco Lifestyle, and I have yet to build here, but I've always wanted to build in this world and have this world because it comes with the option to basically, I guess, fix up the world. I'm putting that in quotations because it starts off kind of more run down and like a bit trashed and not environmentally very well, and then through gameplay you can turn it into something like a green world where it's very eco, hence the name of the pack. But I wanted to do a more grungy, rundown, realistic build, so I'm keeping the world closer to the industrial level. And yeah, so that's why I'm picking this world, because I did just get this pack recently courtesy of the EA Creator Network. Thank you very much to EA for giving me the code for this. And yeah, so I thought we would check it out today because this is something I've been wanting to do for a while. And also, you may have noticed on my channel that I've been doing a lot of more fantasy builds recently, mainly because of the new pack we got, Enchanted by Nature, which I think at the time this is going up, the giveaway should still be active because I am giving away one code to that pack. So if you're curious in entering the giveaway, I'll try to link the video for you guys so you can go and enter the giveaway over there. If you enter it here, I won't really see or count the comments just because I like to have everything contained in one place. So if you do want to be a part of that, make sure you check out the last video just to make sure your entry actually counts. But I am building based off of a reference photo, which I should have in the top right corner if I remember to put it there. I think I've been pretty good with adding them recently, so I can probably stop putting that disclaimer at some point, but I always feel bad if I say I'm going to put it there and then I'm not, so I always try to let you guys know that sometimes I do just genuinely forget. But yeah, so we're using that reference photo, and it's just a realistic, it looks like a realistic family home, but I want to turn it into an apartment because I have a storyline idea that I really want to use. Because in case you guys don't know, also I'm just kind of gonna talk while I build the outside of this shell because there's the reference photos, so you can kind of see what I'm matching. So I'm just gonna talk over what I'm doing right now basically instead of guiding you, I guess. But essentially, if you guys don't know, for the way I do my builds is I will usually do like a rough draft of it first. So if I'm using a reference photo, I'll find the reference picture I want, and then I'll just kind of, I guess, build it out in The Sims loosely without recording, so that way there's no pressure to get it perfect on the first try, because I always get worried that I will take too long when I'm building it and then I'll have too much footage. And so I try my best to just do one rough draft, no recording, just kind of test out anything that I want to test out and then take it from there. And so that's what I was doing with this build. And then, well, I was actually kind of testing out 2 reference photos because I couldn't really decide which I wanted to use. Obviously I ended up going with this one, but I was kind of torn between the 2, and while I was working on the other one, which isn't this one, I'm making this more confusing than it needs to be, I came up with the storyline of a detective and a criminal living in the same apartment. And so that's what this build is going to be, and I'm so excited because I don't know what it is about this idea, but it actually sparked something in me. And then after doing my rough draft, I basically decided to pause building and go and draw these characters, because now it's something I have to turn into an actual story and series and whatnot. So I was thinking that on the bottom floor is where the detective will be, and then on the top floor is where the criminal will be. And I'm thinking the criminal has a roommate, and the roommate doesn't know that her roommate is a criminal. However, I think she will discover it at some point, because I think that the roommate is going to be a little bit jealous that the detective isn't into her, I guess. Is that the right way to say it? Like, she wants it's really hard when there's no names. Let's say person A is the criminal and person B is the criminal's roommate. Person B is jealous that the detective is more interested in person A instead of her. And so I think she's eventually going to find out that her roommate is a criminal and maybe expose her to the detective once they're kind of in a, like, finally getting in a good place of like maybe starting to be in a relationship or something. And then the news gets out that she's actually a criminal and he's like, oh my gosh, you're the person I've been looking for this whole time. How could I not know? I feel so stupid. That whole kind of thing. Very dramatic, I know, but I think it would be a very fun storyline to play with. And also I just think it'd be a fun storyline to play with and a fun storyline to build for, I guess. So I'm just trying to find some windows right now. It's a very simple shell, what I'm going with here. I might even need to make this a little bit larger because I did test out the floor plan as well. And I'm not sure if I have the ratio quite correct here, but we'll see in just a minute. I'm just going to try and work on the window placement. But I'm thinking these base game ones in combination with the high school years windows are kind of going to be our best option here. Something like this. I also am wondering if maybe this should be like a medium wall height, or maybe this one's a short one and this one's medium. Maybe it doesn't need to be medium. I just feel like the building that I'm looking at looks quite tall, so but maybe the short one is fine. And then also I'm adding this bump out because I think it would be fun if this part we used the high school years window and attached it to the criminal's room so she can kind of sneak out past her roommate, and that's kind of how her roommate has never seen her leave, like maybe in the middle of the night, so she never really questions anything. Yeah, but it's a very simple shell and I'm gonna try to follow it to the photo to the best of my abilities because something about the simplicity of it is really speaking to me, and also it just that way it'll feel very realistic because it's based off of an actual house. It has this kind of triangle window in the roof line, but we don't have one like that, at least not that I own, so I'm gonna opt for this cottage living one. It's still got a little bit of that pointy shape, but it's almost a little more gothic looking, and I kind of like that touch to it. And then we can also just put the siding on now. It's just some white siding. I'm pretty sure I just want to use this base game one. I really like the contrast of it and it feels pretty accurate to what I'm seeing with the photo. Of course, there's a couple of other ones we could use, maybe like the growing together one. That one's actually not too bad. I didn't check that one out beforehand. Or we could use the horse ranch one, but this one's a bit softer. Or there's another one I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, the werewolves one. Why is it not in this category? So under paneling, oh it is. The werewolves one could work too, but honestly I think the base game one is my favorite option right now. Either that or the growing together one. I really didn't mind this one, but I think this one maybe looks too new. But I could always just add some wall markings or like wall details, so I'll think about that. I'm also gonna lower these again because they're a bit high. And then we have a drain pipe on the side here, so I'll try and put that in now. I think I want to use the one from Businesses and Hobbies, this one here. We also have some drain pipes from Get Together, but since there's like several drain pipes on this build, I think I want this one to be the main focus, so I'll use one with the high contrast, and then we can add these just as some little textural elements all around. But for this left side of the front of the build, I want to use these ones. And I can't get quite the right height, so I think I am gonna stack some of them like this, and then we could maybe take this version of it that has like the stickers on it, a little bit grungier. And also I pulled out this door. This door is from Lovestruck. I love this door. It comes in so many different pretty swatches, and I like that the little centerpiece changes depending on the swatch you have. I think it's so gorgeous. And since this photo is showing a red door, I thought this one would be quite nice, and I haven't had the chance to use it, so that's what we're gonna go with. And then there's also this lattice thing on the side here, and a little bit of a small bump out. It's like half a tile. I don't want to pull it out this way, I don't think, because that seems like too much to me. So my thinking was that we could go into the trims and maybe take this simple exterior one and just put it around here, but I don't want it to be on all the sides. I kind of just want this side to give the illusion of a bump out. So if you want to place it on just one side of a room, you can just hold shift and then click, and then it will just stay on that one specific side. So that way we can get sort of a bump out look without actually having the bump out. And then there's also this little lattice piece over here that we can add. And we could use the lattice that we got from high school years, or I'm thinking we could make our own custom lattice with Eco Lifestyle. I'll show you both options and then we'll see which one I like the best. Or maybe if you don't have either of those packs, you could use this little wall piece from Snowy Escape. I'm pretty sure it's meant to go over your windows, but if you don't have any sort of lattice thing, you could just stack this and kind of improvise it, I suppose. But yeah, I was looking for the high school years one. It's all of these ones. So the high school years has the lattice with actual vines on it, and the photo I'm looking at does not have that, but this could be a nice touch just to break up some of the white because it's all very monotone on this side. So we could do that. Maybe I'll just keep one out for now. But my other thinking was if we go into the wall decorations, we can take these little wall pieces from Eco Lifestyle. They're called lines in the wall. There's a horizontal and a vertical version. Then we can switch them to white. And then if we just merge them onto the same tile, it looks like lattice. So we could use that if we don't want the grass to be in it. So that's something to consider. I think for now, just to stay as close to the photo as possible, I'll just do the Eco Lifestyle lattice hack, and then if I want to change that, we can come back to it. But for now, I'm just going to try and stick to the reference photo and then adjust things after the fact. Speaking of which, I would like to put a little house number. So again, I'm going to use Love Struck for this, and I'm going to put this little house number plate beside it. I am so grateful we have this as an item, but my one complaint is that the numbers are actual numbers and not Simlish numbers, and for some reason for me it kind of wrecks it. I just feel like it takes me out of the immersion a little bit, so I might opt for one of these instead. They look more like plaques, but we could just pretend that they're like a house number. Unless I just bite the bullet and go with like one of the actual number ones. But since this is like gonna be 2 lots in one, I should maybe have 2 house plates here, and then that way you know there's 2 apartments. And if it is gonna be that way, I need to find a way to make it would be like 520A and 520B kind of thing. But yeah, okay, we'll come back to that and explore that after. I'll just leave it like that for now. I wonder if there should be, I mean, this would imply that it's like for sale or for rent because that's the pack it's from. But I don't think that this would be. I'm trying to decide if like, because I could have this in here and it's like the criminal is actively looking for a roommate right now, and then maybe I could decorate it so it looks like the roommate is just moving in, or it could be that her and her roommate have been living together for a while now and she still hasn't kind of caught on to what it is the sim actually does. So I'm not sure. I like how it looks for like a decoration element, but I want it to reflect the story. So I'm unsure if we will be keeping that or not. I am also seeing some sort of like thermostat thing on the front, and since we don't exactly have that in this game, I'm also just going to pull out this air conditioner, but we don't really have an item like that. So sometimes what I like to do is take this little electrical box that we got from For Rent. I'm of course going to put it in the more grimy version, and then since there is some like pipes and wiring here that's in white, I'm going to use the ones from Get Together and kind of create the makeshift like thermostat thing. I'm not sure the actual name for it, which is why I'm using this very correct and proper terminology, of course. I'm almost wondering if maybe I use these pipes instead. I actually really like the look of that, and then it kind of adds a bit of a different shape that's not just more vertical drain pipes. So we could try that. Or maybe we make like a whole little connection thing here. I like that a lot, actually. I think that makes it look a lot more interesting than what I had before. I wish there was a gray version, but I'm not seeing it. So we'll just do it like this. Okay, and then what else am I seeing? I'm seeing a air conditioner in this corner here. So we could either use this little one from Strangerville, or we could use the one from For Rent. I just have to, I think it's under this section here. Yeah, so we have this one, and it comes with some very nice grimy versions, so maybe I'll opt for that, but I might even shrink it down one. Maybe this could go on the opposite side. And we'll put this one there. Okay, I think that's cute. I'm debating whether these should just be the smaller windows as well, or if I like kind of the variety that the different window sizes give. And I think I'm gonna opt for the variety. So we'll do it like that. And I also think it gives the illusion that the building is taller than it actually is, so that's always a plus. Now I was using an actual roof piece for this little porch covering bit, but I almost feel like we could switch it to one of these awnings that we got with various packs, just so it sits on the wall a little more accurately to the reference photo. But I mean, it's not a major thing. I'll just push that off to the side for now, and we can just kind of see. I do honestly like the variety that gives, so maybe I will keep it like that. It just, I don't know, I'm really liking all these small little bits and pieces kind of coming together, so maybe we could do that. I'm just gonna check to see if there's a different awning I might want to use. I've picked this one right now because it matches the roofing the best, but I realize I haven't actually done any of the roof paint or anything like that, so could definitely change if I needed it to. This one's cute with the little fairy lights. I don't know if it's too cute though. I could switch it to just that normal one. Or honestly, these cats and dogs ones could work, because I can match the roof pattern. Ooh, or even this horse ranch one. If I use a horse ranch tile. Let me just test that out quick, because I'm actually not sure the roof paint I want to use. Oh, I guess I could match the Island Living one I had as well with this roof paint. There's a lot of different roof paint options from Eco Lifestyle, but I'm not sure if any of those are exactly what I want to use. Ooh, I really like this green roof. Maybe not for this house, but just, I might be biased just because I love this shade of green, but that's a pretty nice one. Yeah, these are the horse ranch ones, and then you can see that we could kind of match them. Or I'm also obsessed with these shingles from Life and Death, but I don't know if they're the most applicable. My apologies, I just took a quick break there because my mom's phone went off and I was pretty sure you could hear it in the recording, so I had to cut that. And now I'm trying to remember what I said last, I think I was saying that I like these shingles from Life and Death, but I don't know if they're the most applicable. I just love all like the griminess of it and how weathered they look, but I think the actual style of shingle doesn't really suit the world that we're building in today, so I think sadly I will have to pass on those. I mean, it's the same sort of thing for rent. I love the weathered tiling from this pack, but they don't always feel the most applicable to like an American style of home. I mean, and that makes sense because it's not like I'm pretty sure it's a Southeast Asia inspired pack, but I could be completely wrong on that. But I just know it's not based off of America, so it makes sense that the tiling is different. I just wish they gave us a couple of these grimy swatches in maybe a more typical American type of shingle, if that makes sense. Basically like these base game ones we have, just with like a bit more of that grimy detail from these other packs. But I'm not sure if we'll ever get that, but a girl can dream. Anyways, I was trying to find a tile that works. So this horse ranch one can definitely work. There's not a lot of contrast between the roof and the wallpaper. Like it's a pretty light shingle, so I think it would make sense to use that version over this dark one, but I will say the contrast is really nice when you use a dark roof. But once again, trying to stay true to the reference photo first, and then we can adjust things after the fact. This roofing from Snowy Escape, is it? Could actually work pretty well. Yeah, I believe this one is from Snowy Escape. I'm just not sure if it comes with a matching awning. I know there's versions for the other shingles of Snowy Escape, just not this one specifically. It could pair nicely with this one from Seasons though. I mean, I really don't mind it, but maybe just to match the environment a little better, I'll go with more of a actual shingle and less of like the metal roof. So if we look at this one, this is just like the default roof paint. I think all of these are the default roof paint, just in different swatches. And I really don't mind the default roof paint, but sometimes it's hard to not see it as unfinished since this is how the build starts. So we could try a different color. I don't mind this brown one. The only thing is that it doesn't have the matching awning with it, which I think is why I was trying to check out the cats and dogs ones. But oh, actually I guess there's this version. I was gonna say the scallop tiles looked a little too cutesy, but I'm now seeing that there is many more options than what I first thought. So this truthfully could work. And this even is the base game shingle, or just like the default shingle. But it's almost like an in-between of this one and like the darker version. So I guess the hunt shall continue. What about this one? This would be this version here, but as a more blue swatch. That could work. I'm not opposed to that. I do prefer more of the brown swatch, so maybe I'll just see if there is that option available, but it looks like it's just this red swatch and this more blue-black swatch. So I suppose we can go with that. Yeah, we'll try it for now, and then if I want to change it later, I always can. Nothing has to be permanent. And then in terms of roof trim, for the longest time I would just use the square roof trim, which, don't get me wrong, works perfectly fine, but recently I've been trying to branch out with my roof trims. There was just a fly that buzzed so close to the microphone, and I'm very scared that picked up. And if it did, I apologize, but I'll try to remember to cut it out, but I am a bit forgetful sometimes. Maybe today we will try using this beveled out roof trim and just see how that goes. I feel like the more realistic one would be this one here, but again, this is how the roofs start, so it's kind of hard not to see it as unfinished. I could opt for like a different color, maybe. Something like that almost. Okay, I think I'm enjoying how that looks, so I'm gonna go with this. I like the use of this awning instead of this roofing, but I've just said that, but now that I'm looking at the reference photo again, I'm realizing there's these columns that are on the porch. Obviously, it doesn't have to be like pixel to pixel in terms of accuracy, but I'm just trying to decide if the columns are an addition I like or something I can, you know, do without. It's hard to say. I'm also wondering if I keep this at its original size and just let the clipping happen with this pipe, or if I guess I could just move the pipes over, and maybe do it like this. Okay, something like that perhaps. Let's try adding in the stairs and see if we like that. I might even remove just that little deck piece I had and put just the stairs, because I could do it just with that little one tile. Just have to readjust some of the things. Like, I feel like that could work. I can't see what type of stairs they are, like in terms of stone, brick, and whatnot, but I think maybe I'll go with the stone version. And same thing with the foundation. I can't tell what kind of foundation it is. I would assume maybe just like a wooden one, like this one here, could just continue the look, but I'm almost tempted to either do a brick just for some more texture or this lattice one. I'm gonna look at these ones in the surrounding areas to get a sense, but none of them are really on platforms, or not platforms, but foundations, and if they are, it's just like a one tile thing, so you can't even see what foundation paint they would use. So I guess it's up to me, but I am seeing a lot of brick accents on these houses, so let's try using a brick one. And then also it can pull in a little bit of the red. I'm gonna use this one here with this little like beveling option and see how we go with that one. And then yeah, essentially that's like the shell of it, based on the reference photo at least. I'm still gonna add a bunch of other details to it, but that's the bare bones of it. We do need a telephone pole. Oh, it's not gonna show me that. Also, I really need to oil my desk chair. It has been so squeaky recently, so I'm really trying to stay still, but I realized I just shifted a little bit and I heard the squeak of the chair. There's just a lot of different noises picking up today. It's been a very noisy day in our house. We have a lot of different house issues going on right now that we've been trying to remedy, and so people have been coming and going all day to like check things out, and so it's been very noisy, and we have people working in the backyard, and now I have flies buzzing around my microphone and my chair is not greased up, so I do apologize if any of those little noises are picking up. I'm going to try my best to come through and edit out what I can, or at least lower the volume so you don't hear it as much, but my apologies if you do end up hearing it at some point. So I'm gonna go into the live edit section and look for a telephone pole like this one. If you're curious how I can either search for these debug/live edit items or anything like that, I'm using the Better Build and Buy mod. This in combination with the tool mod I can't build without. Literally, I tried doing that very long play, and I was explaining to you guys how frustrating doing the landscaping was without the tool mod. So yeah, I always have them linked in my description, and just makes it really easy to use all of these items, because basically if you don't have this pack, you have to, or not this pack, sorry, these mods, you have to do everything manually, like put in all the codes manually, search debug in the toolbar, and then search, and then you can't even eyedrop the tools. So I just find, or not the tools, the objects. So I just find this makes it a lot more of a seamless process, and then my lot doesn't get muddled up with all these different objects that I want to use but can't eyedrop. So I like put a whole bunch of them so that I won't lose them. I just find it's a lot easier this way. And so I'm gonna try and take out some trees that I might want to use. I really want to use pine trees. This lot just feels like a pine tree kind of lot, though it won't blend in the best with the surrounding area, but honestly I don't mind too much, and you can always move it to a different world that has more pine trees, of course, so it's not too much of an issue. I think I'd like to use the ones from werewolves. I think werewolves has got to be one of my favorite packs. I love all the build items in it, but I love all the live edit landscaping it comes with. The way the trees are detailed is just so phenomenal to me, and all the different types of pine trees we have. Like, we don't really have this tree in any other pack, because sometimes you'll find crossovers between different like trees. Like, for example, these trees are, one's from Cats and Dogs and one is from Horse Ranch, and they look very similar, though I am noticing here this one you can see the texture a lot more, so I'm actually going to use that one instead because that's a lot more detailed than the other one. I didn't even realize it. But yeah, basically a lot of the times there's like duplicates of these items, and I find that werewolves has some unique ones that really stand out, so I'm gonna use some of those. I also have been enjoying the vampire pack ones because they come with a bit more of a yellowy green tree. If I could find it. I guess I shouldn't use only pine trees so that it still blends in a little bit, but yeah, like these ones here, you can see it's a bit more of a yellow toned green, which I really enjoy. So I might want to add that somewhere as well. But now I feel like we're breaching on having too many pine trees. But I'll place it anyways, and then, you know, we can always adjust after the fact. I just love the size difference between the houses and the big trees in the background. Something about that feels so... I'm actually struggling to find the word that I'm thinking of, but I just love how it looks is basically my point. But we should find a couple more of these like beech trees and stuff on the surrounding area. Like the beech trees and the birch trees. Or maybe even this tree could work. Yeah, but there's a lot of like these smaller ones. Yeah, here's a version we can use. And maybe we'll do it like this. Or maybe to break up the heights so it's not all so similar everywhere, we could do it like that. And I'm also going to take this roof trim and put it along this little bump out I've added. And then that way it kind of polishes off that end bit there. Okay, that's looking pretty good, can't even lie. I think maybe I should browse for another telephone pole just in case there's something else, because I did kind of just pick the first one I saw. But oh yeah, we could also go in and add like some of these signs if I wanted to make it like there's a bus stop here, or maybe on like the back of the house there could be a bus stop if we did like that with a bench. That's not the bus stop sign, but you get what I'm saying. So I could do something like that, but I don't know, then it feels a little less secretive for the criminal here, so I'm actually gonna remove that for now. And I also realized I'd like to fix this little roofing here. So you see how there's this, I guess the roof is coming through this part here. That's because of the overhang, so you can bring in these adjusters and then it will go away, but I still want to have the overhang on the sides, just not on this part. So this is how we're going to fix it. We're going to bring in the adjusters like I just did, and then we're going to drag that inwards like that, and then we're going to copy and paste it, keep it the same height and everything, and then we'll just move it over here. Then we'll take this version, bring the adjusters out here, take this one, hold shift, click it, and drag it in, and then that will adjust it on just one side instead of both sides, and then just drag this roof until it lines up how you want it. And now it's a lot more seamless of a roof. So we'll do that. And you know what else could be nice would be a couple of like roof sculptures. I'm also considering changing the pitch of this roof just a little bit. I kind of want it to be a little bit taller, so I'm gonna do it like that, and then just adjust these ones over here. And also, if you've ever wanted to change your roof height a little more precisely, you can hold Alt and get like as much precision as you want, basically, instead of it kind of snapping to where it usually snaps. Yeah, so that's gonna work for the roof there. And now we can go ahead and add the cars along the street. Now, I won't actually put them on the street. I could do that if I had the tool mod, which I do. But if I put them on the street like that, then when you download it off the gallery, they won't be on the lot, and I want them to be a part of the build. So I'm just going to put them along the side of the house here, and we can kind of pretend that that's, I guess, like the street. I think it works really well on this lot because there is naturally like this concrete around it, so it definitely works. But there is a collection of, or a row of 3 trucks here. I might do 2 trucks and then just 1 other car, just because we don't have that many. Well, I guess we do have that many trucks actually. There's like 3 different versions we have, but one just feels a lot more rustic than I would like for this build. But I guess I'll just show you all the truck styles anyways, just so you can see what I'm talking about. I just need to find the 3rd and final version, this one here. Basically, these are all of our trucks here. This one's from Cottage Living, Base Game, and Base Game. And there's a couple of different, or actually, is this one Horse Ranch? No, this one's Cottage Living. There is a Horse Ranch one though, which has a lot more grime to it, but this feels too country for this build, so I'm gonna get rid of this style. I'll keep these 2 because it feels more suburban, and this comes in different swatches. I might do like the white one here, and then maybe the black one. So as I'm looking at this, the second one is actually a red car, so maybe I could keep the red. I also will get rid of that for rent sign, I'm thinking. And if I decide to make it so the roommate is like a new roommate, I'll just add it back after. But I'm gonna take these and I'm gonna hold Alt to place them as far off the lot as I can without it actually being off the lot. And then we'll put some floor paint here to kind of connect this area. Okay, so could do like that. I'm just debating if I want it to be like each person in this apartment has a car, or if I want it to just be like the 2 cars on the outside. I feel like a little car could be kind of cute here. The other option, just with the way this lot is, would be to rotate it like this. Oh, I guess they're not going to fit as well though. And have it look like this is almost a parking lot, which could be pretty cute actually, now that I'm doing it. But I mean, it definitely could work. Now I'm kind of torn. Let me try putting down the floor paint and then we'll see how this looks. I need the concrete that matches. I'm just gonna fill in this whole side strip here. I'm gonna try and find the same one. I don't actually know if we have a matching version, but I will certainly try my best to find one. This is pretty similar, but it's too blue. It's not gray enough. That's too green. That one has it like sectioned, which isn't what I want. The businesses and hobbies one is nice, but it doesn't match. I really like this concrete here, but it's not matching this one here, and that's bugging me. So the search continues. It's like basically this one, just in a different color. And I'm worried that I don't have a direct match. Oh, that actually might might really bug me. I don't know the best way to do this then. Okay, so I tried playing around with the flooring here. As you can see, if you zoom in, they are not the same flooring by any means, but this was kind of the closest color match I could find, and when you look from a distance, it's not too bad. It's still not great, I know that, and I'm just as annoyed about it as you guys probably are, but I think this will have to be the best we can do, unless we just lean into it being two completely different floor paints. But this one is actually the businesses and hobbies one that I looked at earlier and kind of said no to, but now I have decided that it might actually work just fine. The other option in terms of color would be this base game one, but it doesn't have quite as much texture, and I felt the texture kind of helped blend these two, so we could do that. Or my other option would be like these little slabs here to kind of match this, but those don't even match either. So I think I'm just gonna go with this one here and just say that that's gonna be the one. And I thought it would help me decide if I wanted it to be like a parking lot or if I wanted them to be parked off or parked along the side. Still can't decide about that, but I think maybe for now, like I said, I'll just try and match the reference photo, and then once I've considered the build done on the outside, like compared to the reference photo, then I'll make the tweaks. Hopefully that makes sense. It makes sense in my head. You'll just have to trust the process here. I'm just gonna try lining these up some sort of way. I also don't know if this is even the car that I want. I just picked a smaller car. In my head, it's like one of these belongs to the detective, maybe this one. This one maybe belongs to the criminal, and then the smaller car maybe will be like this type, and that will belong to the roommate. Oh, what's this little car? Oh, it's a little taxi. Stop, that's so cute. That's from Love Struck. Oh, I love that. Part of me wants to add this, and it could be like almost like the police car that the detective might use, but I guess you wouldn't really park your police car at your house, so maybe I won't do it, but that's an option for you guys to consider. That is a really cute car. I also think the pink is too cutesy for this build, so I will pick something else, but it's a cute idea. I don't know what kind of car to put here. Maybe I'll just go with this sports luxury one. Do it like that. Okay. Also, is this the truck color I want for this car? It's the black. There's the teal. There's the orange. I think I'll do the black because I feel like I use the other ones a little bit too much. So we'll go with this. And I do want this pole to move inwards a little bit. Okay, so I think that's good for here. I want to check the inside and make sure that the spacing's correct. Okay, 4, 2, 4, and then it'll be 3. Okay, I think all of this needs to move out by 1. Maybe since there's so much detail on the front, I'll just bring it this way. And this needs to come in by 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, yeah, just that little 2 there. And then that should make it accurate to the rough draft that I did. So I'll just bring everything out so it matches. And yeah, I think that should be good. And I'll just bring this concrete along the back as well for now. Though I guess it doesn't make much sense with the tree being right there. Okay, maybe we'll just do the concrete here, and then we'll fence in this grass area there. And also my thought was to put the, that's actually one too long now, or too long. My thought was to put the high school years window here so that your Sims can actually climb out of it, because in case you guys didn't know, this is actually like a functional item where your Sims can climb out of it and basically use it like a door. But in order to do that, you need to have some sort of floor or like ladder in front of it. So I'm gonna make a little floor piece, and I'm just gonna add that here. And then if I try to find that window again, like this one here, if I put it here, you'll see now that it's not, it doesn't have this orange overlay to it, which means it will function here. So I'm gonna put that there, and then we will take these stairs and just move them, oops, onto that room piece, and then now this will be a fully functional little exit area. Okay, and I like using these stairs because I feel like they look like a fire escape, and maybe I'll even twist them so they look even more like a fire escape. And perhaps I will make them, I can make them red because that's definitely a color theme we have going. But perhaps I'll just opt for this like gray version here. And then we can even put the railing that comes with werewolves as well that matches. I'll do it like that. And then part of me was considering putting a window here for the detective sim. And then it might really look like a fire escape. I don't know. Like, I feel like it would be cute if his window was also functional, and then this could be kind of like their secret meeting spot or something. But I don't know if there's a way for me to do that. I think the solution would be to make this a platform or something that's about the same height. I guess it would need to be this here, and then I would connect it like that. Take the window and put it here, and then like that. Now I think maybe I will keep that, but the thing is, this, I don't imagine the detective having a roommate. Like, I think it's just him who lives here, so I wouldn't even say that this is too necessary, but I like it for the storyline, so I'm gonna keep it, because maybe at some point he does get a roommate. And then yeah, so we can keep it like that. And then it's like their own little secret area. And what I like about this fence, or this railing, is that it has a matching fence as well. So we can make it nice and cohesive. Maybe on this platform, I'll do it like this instead. The little stilt foundation, so it looks a little more like a fire escape. I think that's super cute. I really like that for the storyline. I'm also just so excited to decorate this. And as I said, I stopped doing my building and I started doing some drawings for it. And I'm thinking this build, I have it as like a modern day scenario, because I'm fairly certain this will be in my save file. I think I love it too much already to not put it in my save file. But in my head for the drawing, just because I don't have as much fun drawing like modern day things, so I think I'm gonna make it like a 1920s story actually, and have it be like 1920s detective, and then this criminal. I feel like maybe the criminal is under the guise of just being like a flapper and being very like free-spirited and whatnot, like the flapper girls of the 1920s, but in reality she's actually a criminal. Now if you guys have thoughts on what kind of criminal she should be, feel free to let me know, because I am not too sure what type of criminal I want her to be and how bad the crimes actually are. So maybe I'm gonna connect this path here, but it doesn't line up perfectly, and that really bugs me. So yeah, if you guys have any thoughts on what type of criminal she should be, let me know. Also, I'm giving them genders in this video. I'm envisioning like a girl criminal and a boy detective, but of course if you want to switch that up, you absolutely can. Feel no pressure to like stick with either my storyline or like the genders that I'm giving them. Totally up to you. This is just kind of how I envisioned it, I guess. Okay, so I think that's gonna work, and now I'm just gonna go ahead and put all the, I guess, windows on the other sides of the building because I have no windows anywhere else. This might be pretty dependent on, I guess, the floor plan I do, which I've actually built. So you know what, I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna just do the floor plan now, and then we'll base the rest of the windows around that. So for starters, on the bottom floor we have stairs, of course, because you have to be able to get to the top floor, but we have the stairs like this, I'm thinking, and then it's placed about, oh no, wait, I actually messed that up. It's actually rotated at the top, so it'd be more like this here, and then it actually ends up cutting off that window a little bit, which isn't great, but I can just shift that over. And honestly, the window's not lining up perfectly. It just feels even more realistic to me, so I'm not too upset about that. And then we can draw this off here, and so this will be the entranceway, and then I was thinking we can have a room off to the side here, which will be laundry and the mailboxes, and then this will be the entrance to the first apartment. And from there I wanted to give them a bathroom, so I guess the exit's going to be in the bathroom, so I'm gonna have to find a way to make this a full bathroom while this is still functional, which I think I can do, because I could just put the toilet here, then shower and sink, and then the door can be here and it should be fully functional. And then from there I have a 3 tile space along here, and then I draw this off and this becomes the bedroom, and then I have space here for a closet, and this could be a little desk area, and then this will be the kitchen, living room, and little dining room corner. And then if we come upstairs, then we're on the girls' floor, like the apartment for them, and then we have the little landing for the stairs here. Something about my photo looks off. Oh yeah, it's walled off there instead. And also, I realize I keep doing this. If you see me deleting a wall without using the hammer tool, basically if you just hold control and then draw over the wall it is you want to delete, you can delete it just like that instead of having to switch to the hammer tool. So I just kind of always do that now, but that's a little shortcut for you. Alright, so the bathroom's going to be a bit of a weird shape, just like this. And then from there, do I have the spacing right on that? Oh, I think it comes out 3 tiles. Wait, no, it's just 2. I don't know why this is confusing me so much right now. Okay, 2 and then 3. And then along here will be the living room, and I have it sectioned off like this by, I think it was 4 tiles, and this will end up being the kitchen. Okay, I'm thinking it's like this. Then the dining room goes here, it's off in the corner. And then we have bedroom 1 and bedroom 2, and I think this actually comes out like that instead. Tell me about the spacing here isn't right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's because I actually made it 1 too short again, which means I'm gonna have to readjust this whole setup here, but hopefully that's possible, because I'm a bit worried that the spacing won't work. Because I can't move this window over because then it will be out of the detective's property. So, uh-oh, it's not looking good for us. Let's just shift it over hypothetically for now. Maybe this room can just be even smaller and you can just have a pretty big bathroom. Or actually maybe a bigger kitchen. And then it could maybe just be laundry here, and then the mailboxes could maybe go in the corner here. And then that way I can still have my little fire escape moment for the both of them. So we'll go with that. And then now that should fix the layout of the inside. Yeah, this looks accurate to what I had. So I had this drawn off and I was thinking it could be just like a little separate room that's opened with an archway. Or we could have the option, if we want to kind of storytell a little bit, would be to put the secret bookshelf door here. And maybe it's like this, the criminal has been living here the whole time before her roommate moved in, and her roommate has never really seen the inside of her room, or I guess questioned where this staircase leads. But I'm not entirely sure. We'll leave both of those there so we have the options, and then we can kind of consider it afterwards. Because I'm kind of thinking if like the detective visited, well, the detective knows it's here, so it might be more suspicious for her to have a secret bookshelf door. But either way, I'll just leave it like that so we can ponder it. And now because I've done that, I'm gonna adjust the windows to match the floor plan a little bit better. So this site's actually going to end up having 4. So now I'm starting to stray from the reference photo, but I think that's okay because I want to make sure that there's a good amount of light in this build. Do it like this. Maybe the bathroom won't have a window, or will it? I'll do it like that actually. And then maybe one here, and one here. Okay. Looks good from the back. Looks good there. I don't love this. This is not, count me not a fan of that. If I do it like that, then it's an even, so I could move it inwards. I guess that could work. We can do it like that. It is a lot of windows though. Arguably too many windows. Maybe I get rid of the one on the side there. We can put something else because it already has a window for that room. And then let's do the bottom floor. So we've got the one in the bathroom. Can do maybe 2 on the bottom here. One here. Like this. Maybe even like this. I don't mind this, I don't think. Is it too many though? Should it perhaps, since I have one there, should it just be 1 on this side? Or should it be none here, and then we'll put 2 here? And then the bed could go, I think the bed could go like this, or honestly it could go in between the 2 windows. In which case I feel like a window could be here. I think I like the look of it being 1 and 1 like that. So we'll go with that. We don't need any windows here because that's where the closet's going to be. So I'll put something else there, maybe like a drain pipe. Maybe I'll use the ones from Get Together instead. I guess I'll just search it because I could be here forever if I don't. I guess I just search drain. Yeah, we can use this here because I should page up to make sure everything reaches. could just have it go straight up like that. I don't know if I love it though. Like, I kind of think I might prefer it off to the side. Oh, also we have these little debug drains or live edit drains that I'll put on the sidewalk here. Do I maybe want it in a different color? Maybe I'll put it in this silver just for a bit of contrast. I think I will move it off to the side. And then I also will take this and I'll maybe put that up here, since we already have one on the bottom floor. This can be hers there. And then I guess I need to adjust the roofing here. Okay, cute. I think I'm gonna add the like wall decals and then we will do the landscaping and whatnot. So I think just a couple of these. I don't want to go overboard, but I do really like these ones from Vampires with the like chipped siding. And I like it because they actually line up pretty well with this Space Game wallpaper. So I think it fits pretty well. Maybe we could also do... what's in the basement one? We have a couple of different like mold options. We have just this window gunk from For Rent. Could make sense to put a little bit of that by the pipe because it kind of looks like water staining a little bit. So we could put that there. And maybe we'll put this little patch there. I'm trying to fill up a little bit of this empty space where I don't have the window with these wall decals so it doesn't feel as bland in that spot. We also, now that I have Life and Death, have these gorgeous like roof and flooring holes, but I think that might be a bit too run down for what I'm going for today here. Also, full disclosure, this is, I realize I'm doing more of a grungy looking build or something that looks a little bit more grimy, but this is not me trying to make fun of anyone who lives in this scenario or make light of anything like that. It's just me trying to build something realistic in a life simulator game, because I think that it's fun to add realistic touches to a game that can sometimes feel kind of cartoony, and that's basically just my preferred play style. But of course, if that's not something that you vibe with, by no means do you have to follow suit. This is just what I enjoy building. So I just wanted to put that out there as a little disclaimer. Okay, I found a couple more wall markings. I might even use... ooh, I feel like this should be put like on the back of the build or something. I feel like that looks kind of spooky and is a nice little hint to what might be happening. There's also some more of these wall decals from Life and Death, just completely blank there. I don't want to add too many though, because then it starts to look really kind of messy in my opinion. I'm just gonna play around with what I put where. Maybe I could put more of these ones here. I was trying not to use the big one because I thought it might be too much, but maybe if I put it in like this corner spot, it wouldn't be too bad actually. Okay, I think I like that. And then we'll do the same thing on the side here so that we can fill up this empty space some more. Could put this along the bottom. And something along the top as well. I'll do more of the chipped siding too. I'll put that there. And maybe there as well. And we'll just kind of layer those. There's a couple of different scratches and stuff. Don't know if I want to add those though. I can put just some more of this grime. Okay, I'm just thinking here. The brain is churning. I'm pretty sure I'm happy with that, so I'll leave it. And if you see any changes by the time we get to touring this build, it means I didn't like something that I did and I've decided to go a different direction. But of course, if that happens, you will see at the end. There is these fun wall decal items from Lovestruck with like these various signs and posters, which could be fun to add. I'm thinking maybe we could put that on the side of the builds. Oh, maybe here actually, where it kind of feels like a public, more of a public area, I suppose. If that's the case, I'm going to move the grime to the back so it's not too busy over here. And then maybe we'll leave it with just the one decal, maybe over there. All right. I think we just need to put some on the side of this house and the back of the house, and then that'll probably be good for the wall stuff. I also like Lovestruck because they have these posters. They come with like a regular version and then also a torn version, which is very fun. And they're great for making more realistic public buildings, I guess, or community lots would be the term. But this isn't necessarily a community lot. This is going to be a residential rental, so I will leave those posters for a different time. I do like these spots from vampires. They're meant to be more like chips in the wood, but I do like how they look. Same with these ones, actually. I was trying to be selective with what I used so that it did feel realistic, but honestly, there's a couple of things in here that I just really want to use. So I'm also just going to leave that one window very suspiciously dirty, because maybe that's the type of crime this sim is involved in. I don't think I want any of the cracks though, but I will add just some more water damage under the window. I could also carry this window to the back. Okay, I think that looks cute. I'm quite happy with this. It does feel very realistic. I think that has to do with the lack of windows, honestly. Sometimes I feel like the less windows and the more disorganized they are, the more realistic it is. Because sometimes real life buildings just be having the most random window placements. So I do like that touch. And with that, I think it's time to do like actual landscaping and putting some plants in. My other thought is that we're gonna need a trash can, and now that I have eco lifestyle, I can use the actual dumpster that comes with that pack that looks like it would be on a community lot. So I feel like I have to use it here because A, we're building Evergreen Harbour, and B, I've been wanting to use this trash can for so long and now is finally the time, so I'm going to use it. I think I will put it just in this green version here, and then we'll just leave it back here. And we could even take, oh, this is so nice. We have some more piles of garbage. Ooh, I like this mattress one. Maybe I could even work that in somehow. Like just put it there. Originally, I was thinking we could use the strip of paper from Werewolves, but I might do the mattress instead. And then maybe, you know what we could do is take this like garbage pile, and we could even put it over where the seam is between these two to just maybe help blend it even more. Well, I guess there's the same garbage that comes with eco lifestyle. So actually I'll use that one just since that's the world we're building in, and it might feel more cohesive that way. Maybe we'll do it like that. All right, and we'll do that there. Okay, this is so cute. I love how this is turning out. I love how accurate it's looking to the photo. I'm getting very excited about this. For the mailboxes, I could do a stack of the wall-mounted ones like this one from Snowy Escape, which honestly, that might work really well because I feel like it's very common when you have this type of like house apartment thing to have the two mailboxes on the outside. And then maybe we can have the respective house numbers there. I'd love to stack them, but I don't think it'll be functional that way, so we'll leave it like that. The other option would be to use these mailboxes from For Rent, which could also be very cute actually. Maybe I will do that because I don't love the look of like the two side by side. So we could do that there. Don't think I'm going to bother putting a railing on these stairs because I like the look of it without it. But I do think I will turn them into a red brick instead. Yeah, I like that. And then now we can do the actual landscaping. So we're going to need a couple of shrubs. I don't think I'm going to do too much, and the landscaping I do put will be more dead looking, I guess. Like not too lush. I don't want it to feel overly lush. I use this bush here. What we actually could do is go into packs and sort by what eco lifestyle. I just completely blanked on the world in the pack I was building in. Oh, I was gonna say we could do that, but they're actually looking a little low on the live edit plants. We have this grass, and we have this grass, so we can use those. But then I'm assuming these other plants we can just find in the base game catalog, so I won't filter like that. I'll just go through the base game and find some plants from there. But actually, before we do that, I did want to use the chain link fence, excuse me, that comes with base game to kind of section off some of these areas. Like this whole side bit here, I think would be nice if it was fenced off. And I did want to divide this area as well. Okay, I'm gonna try and line it up this way. It's a little long like that, so now we'll just go back to using the individual pieces. Okay, I like it like that, but it feels like there needs to be a fence there. Or, sorry, there is a fence there. I was meaning a gate. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. I'm pretty sure your Sims could just walk through it regardless because it's live edit, but I want it to look realistic and still be functional. So the other thought is we use an actual fence instead of a debug fence. Because in terms of actual fences like this, we have this werewolves one with the barbed wire on the top, which might be a little intense. And then we also have this one from Get to Work. But this is supposed to be more of like a prison cell type of thing. So I'm actually not even too sure. I think I'll just stick with the base game one, but perhaps leave a gap like this. And then your Sims can just walk through here instead. And I want this part to not be open, but I think I'll need to use the tool mod for that. I just want to make sure it doesn't show in the house, which it doesn't, so we're good. So I'm going to lower it using the tool mod until I get it to the matching height of this. Also, one of you commented that I make this look really easy. First off, thank you. Second off, it's just me guessing the whole time. I literally have no clue what I'm doing half the time. I mainly only use the elevate tool. Like that one and the rotate are really the only ones I use, but basically I just put in random numbers until I get somewhere. So I've never watched like a tutorial on how to do it, but I feel like once you do it enough, you kind of just like figure out what works and what doesn't. So yeah, but I'm sure there's plenty of good tutorials out there, so you could definitely check some out if you are struggling to figure out how the mod works, because I know it is very daunting. And I also have been using it for several years now at this point, so if it's just your first time starting, don't feel like ashamed or anything, because it did take me a hot minute to figure it all out, so just keep that in mind. I'm going to switch the floor paint here to some of this sheet metal just to blend in with the stairs a little more. And now that we have the fence in, we can do the actual landscaping. So I do want it to be fairly sparse, like I said. I'm not feeling that type of grass, so we're going to get rid of that. I don't know if I'll put any flowers, because there's not really any flowers in the surrounding area. So perhaps we'll pass on that. I'm almost wondering if this whole thing should just be concrete on this side. I'm not opposed to that. I kind of like it, actually. I can maybe even put the drain there. Or maybe we'll put it in the middle here. I just feel like there needs to be something right there. I'm just not sure what yet. But we can deal with that in a little bit. I do want to add some of these pieces of grass. I like to size them down using the left bracket key, and that way I feel like it helps blend out the grass and the concrete a little better, which honestly makes me think I should put it along this border here too, because sometimes there's little pieces of grass that grow in between the concrete, so maybe that could help blend it. Unless this is making it look too divided. I don't even know. It's kind of hard to tell when the line's right there. So let's actually check in live mode. I actually don't mind it. I think that's kind of cute. I think I prefer the bits of grass over the garbage, because I feel like if there was going to be this kind of garbage, it would be along this edge instead. So maybe let's go back to using all of these little grass pieces. Okay, cute. We'll do the same along this edge as well. I could also make the mailboxes red instead of green if I want them to stick out. But then I feel like there might be too much red and I'm losing like the focal point of the door. So maybe I get rid of the truck red. I'll just keep them green for now. I think I'll roll with that. Put some more of this grass there. This grass will also work from cottage living, will work nicely along this fence side here. Again, it just helps it look a little more blended. I do like this grass from high school years, which we could add in here. I also don't know if I want there to be any like outdoor activities. I think for gameplay there definitely should be, but I don't know if I'm gonna like how it looks, so I'm hesitant, but I suppose we should try, and then if it's not my cup of tea, I'll just take it out. I'm actually liking all of these grass patches from high school years. They're looking quite nice. We'll put this one in the backyard as well, instead of this big one here. This one's just a bit more subtle. Another trick we can do to make this feel more realistic is take a dark dirt terrain paint, and then we will kind of, well, first off, shrink the size. Then we'll just go underneath the foundation here, and it'll make it look like a little bit of a shadow, so it actually looks like it's kind of resting on the grass that it's sitting on. But it also, because it is dirt, looks a bit like dirt, and then it looks like realistic because plants might not grow there because it might not get as much sunlight. Do you know what I'm saying? or like that area has been disturbed since the house was built and whatnot. So I'm just gonna do that there. It's only gonna work where there's not floor tiling, so I'll just do it along this area. And maybe I'll change the softness and just kind of create like a very light path to kind of the front. And holding control, I'm just gonna erase little bits here and there so it's a bit blended until I'm happy with how that looks, which I think would be there. So that's cute. Let's take a look at the outdoor activities. I think we should put some kind of barbecue out here. Maybe just this one, this small one. Maybe we'll put some planters too. I'll just put kind of the Sims gameplay essentials, and then that way you have everything you might need. Maybe I'll just use these smaller versions. Also, I'm starting to realize that I think you can plant like normal seeds. You can plant like anything you would typically garden with, like these strawberries or flowers or anything. You can put in these new plant pots that we got from the new pack, Enchanted by Nature, and that way you can like grow the items in here instead of maybe say this planter. That's so cute, because now you can use these as like actual decor, whereas usually you just might use them to make money. But that's really cute. I didn't know you could do that. I'm very happy I've made that discovery. But for this one, actually maybe I will use one of these. Maybe I'll just do a couple like this. Maybe I think I'll have the arrangement like that. I like how that looks. I just don't know. Maybe I'll put it in this corner. I'm not sure if they will be functional laid out like this, but if they aren't, you guys can switch that around. Insect farm. I don't think we need that. There's this vertical garden thing from Eco Lifestyle. There's a rake. We could put that in there. What else? Oh, we could maybe put a bike on this lot. That might be nice. Maybe I will use the businesses and hobbies one. I like the little basket on this one. I think it's quite cute. Oh, maybe that's what we could put in the corner here. Would just be the little bike. I'll put in this brown swatch, I think. Cute. And then back to outdoor activities. I feel like I kind of found all the outdoor activities I want. Maybe I could put this bucket and a towel, perhaps. We also have another towel option from Life and Death, which is pretty cute. But I know for a fact there's a grimy version of this towel from Island Living, so I feel like I have to put it in. I'll just put it over here. Where should I put it? Maybe just over here. And maybe I'll put the bucket beside it. And the rake can go just here. I can make the bucket green so it blends in a little more. Could be cute to have a little bird feeder maybe, just off in the corner. It's not actually like a functional object though. I think it just attracts birds. Oh, I could put the water heater out here actually. I mean, I'm sure this would be better suited as an indoor object, but it could be a nice detail on the outside. Unless I put it, how many? It takes up 2 slots. I was gonna say I could put it in here with the laundry stuff, but it's not gonna fit. So I'm actually going to put outside. It might break out here if it rains, but I'm hoping since it's under this floor piece, it won't. But I'm not actually too sure on that. I guess I should also lower it a bit because no way your sim can reach that. And then we will put the grill. Let's put the grill just maybe beside the water tank. That's probably a very bad idea. I feel like if this heated up too much, I just feel like something here would cause an explosion. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I'll just put it by this chain link fence and we'll just leave it there. And then we can put, oh yeah, we also have solar panels for the roof that I wanted to add. This is from Eco Lifestyle, so I want to put that there. There's also this wind turbine, which maybe I could put somewhere. Maybe I could put it there. Cute. I like that. Okay. And then lastly, I just want to add like a picnic table out here, just so the Sims can eat from the grill and sit outside. I think that'd be quite nice. Oh, this Love Struck one is so pretty. I haven't seen this yet. I'm still kind of exploring all the packs that I've just recently gotten, so I'm still finding some new things. Oh, maybe this Jungle Adventure one could be cute. It looks very worn and like people have carved their names into it and whatnot. So maybe this has been here almost as long as the apartment itself. Let's put the picnic table just back here. Yeah, we'll do it like that. And then we can put some landscaping under these stairs and whatnot. Maybe I'll put the bush right here again. I'm also wondering if I put ivy on this house. Maybe just on that corner there, because I kind of like how the landscaping continues upwards like that, but I don't really want to put it anywhere else. Unless maybe I also do this corner, and that kind of transitions the fence that we have in the wall there. Let me make sure it's not going inside. Okay, I think that could work. Do it like that, and then just kind of continue landscaping along this way. There is this dead bush from Life and Death. Maybe I'll put that in, shrink it and put it in this area here. There's also this dead rose bush, which we could use. Maybe I'll put that more towards the back. Maybe over here. That one is from Vampires. I'm not sure what other landscaping I would like to use. I don't want to use too many different bushes because I still want it to feel cohesive and everything, so I'm trying to be a little bit selective. Oh, maybe we could even put little bits of grass right by the picnic table, just to make things feel more interconnected. Or blended into the environment, I guess. Horse Ranch also has some nice pieces of just random grass. But for consistency, I'll just stick with the high school years one. Sometimes saying these pack names just gets so confusing to me. So if I ever say anything incorrectly, just know I'm struggling. It's hard to say everything correctly with all the various names of the packs, and then I get really confused on the pluralization. I feel like sometimes I pluralize the wrong things because I'm just not stopping to think about it. Oh, we also have these little grass pieces that match the ones that we got from Cottage Living, but I don't want to use like random bits of landscaping if we have it elsewhere. Alright. I wanted like one kind of last bush thing to put over here, but I'm not really seeing anything. I might just use the eco lifestyle grass again. And honestly, I think that's all we need to do for landscaping. I really just wanted it to be simple. I don't imagine they're putting too much time into landscaping because one's committing crime and one's trying to solve crime. And the other one, I don't know what the roommate's gonna do just yet. We'll have to figure out their personality once we get to their room in their apartment. I think that's cute. Lastly, do I want to put any like little rocks? I don't mind them. They might be a nice extra textural thing we could put. Okay, I actually think that completes the outside for us, which means we can go ahead and start work on the inside. Alright, so I have done the wallpaper and lighting off camera just because that's something I always struggle with in terms of making a decision. So I decided to do it off camera just to not bore you guys because it would have been a lot of back and forth and I don't really have commentary for that. So this is what we're working with. We have the main entrance here, and then right off I've used this movie studio door from Get Famous. It's got these two little post signs on it. So this is going to be the little laundry room, utility room thing. And then I've decided to use these doors from Discover University, which have this little thing on the back, and then they have the little lock and the peephole. But I will quickly show you guys a little trick in case you don't have Discover University and you want a peephole door. So basically all you need is any door of your choosing, and then you also are going to need to come into the light section. I'm pretty sure it's under wall lights, but let me double check first. Yeah, under wall lights you're going to take the aqua glow pool light, and then you're going to size it down using the left bracket key all the way until it's this small, and you can see that it kind of looks like a peephole already. Why am I struggling with saying that word? I don't know, but now it kind of looks like a peephole. And basically I use the tool mod, so I'm able to adjust the light in build mode, but for those of you who can't, you just come into live mode and you just click on the light, and then you can go set color and intensity, select this light, and then just dim it fully, and there you have a peephole. I mean, obviously it doesn't actually work, but neither does this one, but that's how you can make it look like the door has a peephole with just base game. Now I also like to do that on the other side just for consistency, and then I would dim it on this side as well. Oops, except I just dimmed all the lights, so that's entirely not what I wanted to do. But yeah, you would dim just that one, and then you have a custom like apartment looking door. And it doesn't have to be this base game door. This will work with any door. I just wanted to show you that it could be a completely base game option if you wanted. But I am going to use this university door because I like the lock features on it and this little sign on the back of the door. And also I've never gotten to use it before, so I think that will be super fun. And yeah, so this is the detective area. This is his apartment here. Basically from this door and beyond, this will be where a closet goes. And then up here we have the two girls living up here. There's gonna be a bathroom, living room, kitchen, dining, 2 bedrooms. This side will be for the criminal. And yeah, that's kind of the layout I have going. I guess I should tell you the wallpapers and whatnot. This is the city living wallpaper that's got that like dirt along the bottom of it, but there's also a base game version. And then this floor is from Get Famous. This is the Wild West wood. I really like this because it looks very marked up and scuffed, like it's been in this house a very long time, which I very much wanted. So you can use that one, but I was also considering using this one from Basecamp because I never really use it. And I don't know, something about it was speaking to me. But then I found this one. I was like, well, I feel like I have to use that. And then just Basecamp carpet, Basecamp archways and doors. This tile is from Strangerville. This is the dirty version of it, but there is a Basecamp version. Same with this tile here. This is from City Living, but there is a Basecamp version. And then this is all just Basecamp in terms of stairs, railing, and wallpaper. This is just the unbent smoothness wallpaper. And that's basically what I have going for the floor plan here. So I'm gonna first off come into the detectives area, and I want to put in that dresser closet thing. I'm gonna use the one that we got from Get Together, and this is essentially a built-in closet that your Sims can make out in. They can woohoo in it. You can do a lot of different things in this closet, as well as get dressed, of course. So I'm gonna use this, and it's a nice way to kind of take up some space without having to kind of think about how the space should look. And I like that it adds like extra activities, I guess, or things to do. So we'll put that in there. And then yeah, I think the desk situation will go over there, but I just want to show you guys how I slot that in. It's very simple. There is a 2 or a 1 tile wide version instead, in case this one's too big for your space. But right now, oh yeah, so it's this one here, and that one can just be a 1 tile thing. I like to put the wall around it just so it looks more built in, but you don't have to. It can function just like this. Yeah, I'm going to use this double door one here. There's also this one, but I think this is a bit modern for what I'm going for, so we'll opt for this one. I guess let's start by doing these little main areas here and just getting those out of the way. There's not going to be too much that needs to go there, but I do want to make sure I get the laundry in there. I was wondering if maybe the laundry... Sorry, I just got very distracted by these items. There's this listening device that comes with Strangerville when you're trying to like uncover the mystery of Strangerville, but you can just like tag Sims with a listening device, and I'm debating whether I do that for the detective or the criminal. I feel like if the detective had it, maybe the criminal comes over one time and she sees that he has this in his place, and he's kind of like telling her everything he's been doing, and like the criminal he's been trying to track down for years, and he's literally describing her, and then she has like a moment of realization that like she might very well get caught. So then I feel like maybe she starts to pull back, and then he's like, what's going on? And it could be very dramatic like that. So all of that is to say that I think perhaps the detective should have it, because also if the detective was to come to her space and see that she had this, he might be very suspicious. But then in the other case, we could have this, and this could be how her roommate finds out that she's up to something and that she is in fact a criminal, and then that's how she sells out the criminal. Now I'm very on the fence. I guess I'll keep them both and decide later. But anyways, I was trying to add the laundry. So we could either do the stacked option, which is somewhere here. Yeah, we could do the stacked option here, or we could do them just along the back like this. Maybe I'll do 2 stacked ones. Just like that, to make it look more like an actual laundry room. And I like to use these white versions because I like that they don't have like this little symbol, because I feel like that looks a little... I mean, it tells you like what's washer dryer, which makes sense, but I feel like the white ones just look a little bit more realistic. So I'm gonna go with that. And maybe I could put a bulletin board in here or something. Maybe I could use that skill item that we got from Parenthood. It's meant to be so you can set like curfew and leave notes for like your Sims families, but maybe we could use it as like the community bulletin board for this apartment. I just don't know where it is. I'm sure I've glimpsed right past it. Indeed I have. Here it is. So maybe we'll put that in here, because we'll use just like this version, and then that way your Sims can like leave notes for each other and whatnot, which I like. And then maybe in this corner we'll put the decoration boxes from seasons so that your Sims can decorate when the time comes if they want to. And then also I might put this space heater back here. This could just be like a little storage area. I feel like since it's just like two, like in brackets, families living here, like two households, I guess is the word, we could honestly probably put the shoes in like this main area, but I feel like the criminal is probably very secretive, so I don't think she would do that. Maybe her roommate just follows suit, so I'm not entirely sure what to put here. Maybe just some kind of like plastic chair here. Maybe just in the red version, and then maybe a trash can. Like nothing really crazy needs to go here because all of the community items that we have are basically on the outside, so. But I think a small trash can could work nice in here. All these are debug. We're just the normal small trash cans. Here we go. Let's just use this one from Get to Work. My favorite trash can ever, because I love that you can see the lining of the trash can. Honestly, I think that's fine for the entranceway. Like really nothing needs to go in here. And then there's also the laundry room, but again, we can't fit much in there without it not being functional. So I think that's probably good for this little room here. I'm just gonna switch up the coloring of some things here. I'm also debating which room or which apartment I want to work on first. I feel like starting with the criminal one would make the most sense, or at least that's the one I'm most excited about, so maybe we'll start up here. Okay, so we're gonna start on the criminal and her roommate's apartment, and I think we'll just start with the living room because I feel like that can give us a good sense of the direction I want to go in terms of their aesthetic. I don't know how colorful it would be. I feel like the criminal is probably not contributing much to the actual decor of this place, unless she is, because I'm kind of thinking maybe we'll go the thief route, but I don't imagine maybe she's doing like full-on heists and like robbing banks and stuff, but maybe she also has a side gig of stealing furniture to make her apartment cute. So that could definitely be something. I really like this couch from the Basement Treasures kit, but I was kind of thinking of using it downstairs for the detective, so I'm not sure if I want to use it up here as well. So honestly, I'm just gonna put it down in his apartment and then we'll use it there. And then for up here, it just depends on how like cute I want it to be. Also, I'm thinking that perhaps the roommate over here is maybe a teacher. I'm imagining she's probably has a very good moral compass of sorts, so that when she does find out that her roommate is actually a criminal, like yes, it's a little bit out of jealousy, but also she just wants the world to be safe and whatnot. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. We could maybe use this couch from Discover University. I don't think I've actually used this in a build just yet, so it could be fun. And I do like all the color swatches. I just don't know what color scheme to go for. And I also don't know how dated I want this place to look. The other option would just be this classic one here. Or this one maybe. I might go for more of a blue color scheme up here, and then down here. Or should the blue color scheme be down here? Because I'm thinking blue and like police and detectives. But also, I really like this couch here, kind of. But if it's blue down there, then it needs to be a different color up here. Maybe the green could be up here. I always struggle with picking out a couch. I just feel like it's so crucial to the look of the apartment that I always get overwhelmed with my options. Maybe I could just use this cozy looking one. See, if it was just the criminal here, I think it would be a lot easier to decorate this, but since there is like the other roomie, I think I'm probably gonna go with the idea that most of the decor in here is courtesy of the other roomie. Alright, so I messed around with the couch options for a little bit, just quickly off camera so I could get my thoughts together. But what I'm going to end up doing is using this couch down here, and it's going to be, this whole apartment's going to be in more of a warmer color scheme because he's a good person, he wants to do good in the world and whatnot. And then up here, it's going to be a lot cooler of a color scheme because she's a bit on the colder side, a little bit more morally gray, and then there's going to be little pops of like warm colors here and there to tie in the other roomie so it's not like totally gloomy up here. That was a lot of rhyming. So I'm going to use this couch from Eco Lifestyle because also I've never used this couch before, and we are building an Evergreen Harbour, so it seems only right. And I think I want to use this in this blue swatch for the exact reason I just mentioned, where it's like cool tones with pops of little warm accents. So that's what we're gonna go with. And for the layout, I think I'll have the couch facing here, or will I actually put it so the windows are behind the couch? That might work better just for like hallway space so you don't clutter it up as much, because otherwise it's kind of narrow here. So yeah, maybe let's put the couch on this side, and then we will find a TV and whatnot. Maybe something like this Eco Lifestyle cabinet could work with the little books. Maybe it should be this orangey wood to match over here. Here's a more dated looking cabinet. I'm not sure what kind of era I want this apartment to be set in because like I mentioned, I've like turned them into actual characters and whatnot, and depending on where I am with the illustration of those characters, I might actually include it in this video. But since that has like, I'm going for 1920s with that, I feel like I want to lean 1920s into this, but the outside of that doesn't suit that at all, and I think I want them to be like modern day Sims so that it can be used in my save file. So I think I'll try to keep it relatively up to date in terms of looks, but I don't want it to feel like everything is new in here. So maybe we could use this hutch. I know it comes in blue actually, so perhaps we'll use that. And then we could get a TV that's wall mounted, or we could do one that just sits on the top. I almost wonder about using like the picture TVs. I love this concept, but I don't have any of the packs that have like the actual cute versions. This is the free one that we got with one of the reward events, where basically you do these challenges through gameplay and then you can get actual items from it. And this one's not bad, but it just feels, it's very specific because it's very seasonal. So there's only select times where I feel I can use it. And there's also only like winter and fall swatches. There's no like spring or summer, which would probably make it a lot more versatile. So that's what I'm struggling with there. Also, looking at this piece of furniture here and also being in that 1920s like visual aesthetic mindset right now, I feel like Life and Death would suit an old style apartment really well, and now I want to build that. So that may be coming up in the future. But I think for now we'll just pick this wall-mounted TV and go with that. We could put a little, maybe some speakers or something. This is supposed to be, well, I don't really know what it's supposed to be. It's just like a wall-mounted speaker that we got from the backyard stuff pack. But if I lower it holding Alt, it kind of looks like it just sits on the TV stand, and then it kind of looks like a TV console box a little bit, and also a speaker, like a DVD player. So I think we'll use that, multi-purpose. And we should also get a rug for in here. I feel like the rug will help tie in the kind of aesthetic that I'm going for, or like color scheme that I'm going for. If I can find a good one, that is. I mean, this one has like little pops of red on it. Ooh, I don't mind this one. This one could also work. Or even this one, actually. I'm just gonna tuck that off to the side and we'll explore some of the other ones. I know there's, yeah, like this one from Growing Together could work nicely. It's got like that blue and the yellow. I just don't know if this is matching this. I feel like there's a bit of disconnect happening here. I might have picked too old of a style of, what's this called? Like TV console hutch thing. But I really like this item, so I don't really want to change it. Okay, maybe not this rug actually. It's not working how I dreamed it. Ooh, this rug could work really nicely actually. It like suits the color scheme. It ties in this, it ties in the wood. Okay, I like that. The other option is we put like a coffee table here instead of having the console table up to the back, and then we just kind of let the TV hang. Do I like that though? Coffee tables. I mean, there is these just small ones we could use, or we could like do this little trick where you size down some of the circular ones and stack them. I just feel like maybe there's a bit too much rug if I leave it like this. So maybe I just tuck it under a little bit, like that. Okay, maybe I'll just check quickly to see if there's any other alternative rugs I'd like to use, and then if not, we'll just stick with that one from, is it Laundry Day? Or, oh, I think it's Seasons. Yeah, it's Seasons. Don't know if I want to use any of the fluffy rugs. Oh, this one actually works quite well. But now this apartment is feeling a little bit too bright. Get rid of these. I like the look of this, so I'm gonna keep that. Maybe I can still fit a coffee table on this part here. I feel like your Sim should still be able to walk through that. Or let me just try just a normal one here. It could work. I just don't love how this TV sticks out if there isn't like a table underneath it. So I think I'll just stick with what I had and then we'll go with that. Maybe we could put a kind of comfy chair in this corner here. There's this one from the new pack, which maybe we could use. But I think there's other ones that might suit it better. Maybe like this one here. I kind of like the striped version. Oh, this is even better. Okay, this is the same rug, same pattern, but just in a different swatch. So it feels a little bit moodier than the orange one, but you still have like hints of that orange from the flowers, and then it ties in all these little things here. Okay, I think that works a lot better. I'm happy I looked. Can we even put a rocking chair? I could do the yellow to tie it in like that. I feel like I'm being very choosy right now, which isn't usually what I do. Like I think I'm overthinking this, which is something I do, but I think I need to reel it in and just trust my gut on this. So I'm gonna try and find some side tables that could work. These ones are in the same kind of wood tone, so I could maybe use those ones. Those are from high school years. What about the for rent ones? There's also this higher table. Or this geometric one from Eco Lifestyle. Or what if I use the matching cats and dogs one that goes with this here? I feel like that could be cute. And then maybe in this corner we can put a plant and a lamp. I'd like a plant that's on the bigger side. Maybe like this one from Lovestruck. This one's really pretty. Or maybe I'll just put the plant in the corner here and then the lamp can go on the side table. A candle as well would be nice. Ooh, maybe even the candlesticks could be pretty. Maybe we'll just use the for rent lamp. Maybe in this blue here. I'm gonna try and bring in a couple of darker details and the little accents. Maybe the majority of this looks kind of bright and cheery, and then like in the smaller accents it's actually moody, since you know obviously the criminal is trying to not give herself away. So maybe we can go with that kind of thinking for this. I'll get another little plant for the side table here. There's a bunch of cute little ones that we got from Enchanted by Nature that I think I will be using quite frequently. I feel like this one's probably my favorite one, but I think for that spot we might actually need something a little bit larger. So we'll opt for this base game one instead. I think we can put the lamp in the corner and then have the plant kind of here. And then maybe, depends on how wide this side table is. Okay, then maybe we'll put this candle there and this candle here. Maybe it's too many candles in one spot, but I don't really think that's a thing. So could do that, and maybe just some other decor item. A coffee mug could be cute, like they just kind of forgot about it while they were watching TV or something. We can pick the version that looks like it's been used. And then I want something for this little section here. Oh, maybe we could do a stack of textbooks, almost to make it look like the roommate, who I think I'm going to make a teacher, is actively marking something and like grading students' homework. Yeah, like this one here. Or maybe she's even like studying to get her master's or something. Okay, that's cute. And then I'll need to clutter up this spot here. Maybe we could put some board games there. And what else? What else do you have on like a TV console? We could maybe just put these little clay pots from Love Struck. Cookie jar. I'm trying to think of other things that you would put on the surface of like a TV console. Oh, maybe some magazines could work. And some, like one other thing. Some cards could be cute, little birthday cards. Too colorful, I think, though. Maybe I'll just put some more books here, but just like novel books and not textbooks. Could put that there, and we can use the little plant as a bookend. Maybe throw the magazines in there, and then the board games right there. And I think that's super cute. Let's put, we can do the darker plant with maybe some of these darker books. Actually, maybe I'll do this plant here, because otherwise it was blending in too much. Could switch this to have like the darker board game. And maybe just that one there. Okay, I'm not sold on this this living chair. Actually, I'll leave it over there just for comparison. I'm not sure. Maybe this one from Love Struck could be cute. I'm not loving the swatch options on it, so scrap that one. I want something that looks really comfy. Not that one either. None of these are speaking to me, and I'm not sure what else I could use. Maybe the Snowy Escape one. I like the little fur thrown over it. I'm just not sold on the colors. This one might work. It's kind of, I'm pretty sure this is like a gray seat, but it kind of matches the carpet here in terms of color scheme. The only thing I'm not sold on is the wood swatch of it. But I think I'll leave it for now. It feels sort of like it matches this one here. Or maybe I could even use this for rent one. Actually, no. I don't think so. Could use a standard rocking chair. Ooh, I always love using this one here. This chair is always a good option, but I'm feeling like this might be too cutesy for this apartment. And the blue one is too monotone. Same with the black. The pink one isn't bad, but maybe not exactly what I'm looking for. This could possibly work. I mean, I kind of just like this one. It feels a little more like maybe they didn't like the upholstery on this, so they just put a blanket over it, and now it kind of matches the rest of the stuff in this room, I guess. So maybe we'll go with that. And then trying to think of some other things to maybe put in this corner. I don't know if I want to do another plant. I could do a trash can, but that seems maybe a little bit random. Or maybe there's like a hobby or a skill we could put here. Some kind of standing thing. You could maybe squeeze an easel here. This could just be nice so your Sims have another activity to do in here. So maybe I will just leave that there. But it's a little cramped on this corner, but I guess the other option would be if we put the plant over here instead, and then we put the easel in this corner. I think that's pretty cute. And then maybe we could take those, I don't know if it's a wall item or if it's just a standard decoration, but there's these canvases that we got from Eco Lifestyle that look like paintings. Okay, yeah, so it is under wall decorations. It's these ones here, and they come with lots of different pretty swatches. Maybe we use this one. I'm thinking this is probably an activity the teacher does. Unless, you know what? What if the criminal is actually like a really skilled painter and they have their work in all of these art galleries and whatnot, and maybe that's how they get into these big events and whatnot, and then they know where to steal money and who to steal it, like where to steal money from, who to steal money from. Or they also just like heist art galleries, and basically since they have their own paintings in there, no one really thinks twice about it, and maybe every now and again she'll steal, in quotations, one of her own pieces of art so no one really suspects that it's her who's stealing the art. Honestly, that could be kind of fun, a little bit of an art thief. I mean, I don't love a real art thief because, I mean, hello, that's not cool, especially as an artist myself, but for this plot I think that could actually be kind of cool. And then I feel like she could be very well known as like this prestigious painter, but she's actually like a big criminal that people don't really suspect. And then that would just make it even crazier when people find out that she is in fact like the mastermind behind all of these heists that have been happening. I'm kind of liking how this storyline is playing out so far. I think it's quite cool. Maybe we could put some pieces of foraged art here. These are just from the new kit, the Enchanted by Nature kit. These you can make with the flower press. You could also put in a couple of curtains. Maybe... I kind of just want one long curtain rod like this. I wouldn't mind it in a deeper color. But I'm not sure if any of those colors are gonna match what I have going on at the moment. What about these ones? There's a pretty dark blue swatch from here that maybe we could use. And I can use it on the other side as well. That could be pretty, but I'm not sure it's exactly what I want, so the hunt continues. We have these ones from Cats and Dogs. I don't know if they look a little bit too dated though. I like the black version, but I feel like there's not enough black accents anywhere else for it to really work. Maybe I make this pot black, and maybe I can make the lamp black as well. Does that make it like too dark though? I don't know, I'm kind of struggling with these. Maybe I just do some half curtains here. Even that I'm not loving. What if I use these sheer ones in black black. I just don't think the black is going to work with the color scheme that I have going right now, so I feel like I may have put myself in a bit of a pickle here. Maybe I could try using just these standard blinds. These look like something that would come with an apartment, so we'll put these in. I'll just use this swatch here. The lighting's kind of glitching there. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But I think that'll work for the living room. I don't know how much more art and stuff I need. I might just put a couple of like wall markings and whatnot just to make this apartment feel a little bit older and kind of match the oldness that I have going on the outside of here. Also, in terms of entranceway, there's really not much we can put. I think the only thing I'm going to add is a couple of shoes. I think I'm going to use the Dream Home Decorator ones, but another option would be those the base game shoe rack. I think that's yeah, this one here. I kind of like the base game shoe rack, but I feel like it doesn't really fit there. What if I put the plant over here and then I can put the shoes right here, and then your Sims could probably walk through that no problem. And then that way it gives us a little bit more greenery over here to balance out the greenery over there. Then I'll move the mark over here so you can actually see it. And maybe we could put a mirror here. Originally I was thinking of painting, but I think a mirror makes sense for a front hall. We could maybe even use the one that has all of these pictures from Lovestruck, and maybe this is like the criminal and her roomie. Just have to find one that I think could work. In my head, the criminal has red hair right now, so I was kind of hoping there'd be one with red hair, but I'm not really seeing that. Maybe we'll just do this one because it's got like the two girls down here and then some more over there. So we can opt for that one. Does it come? I want that swatch, but with a different colored frame. But I might be asking for too much. There's the normal pink. Okay, I guess we'll just go with the standard pink then. And I think that's going to be good for the entranceway, so maybe while we're here we can just go ahead and start doing the bathroom, because that should be a pretty easy thing to finish quickly. So for this bathroom, I think this is going to be the shower cubby here. I'm not sure what shower I want to use, but I'm sure we can find something. Even this one from Discover University is kind of nice. But maybe we just go with one of like the base game defaults. Like maybe just this tile one. I'll do it with the yellow base so it kind of looks a little more dated. And then over here we will put the toilet in the sink. I'm going to use good old reliable John here. And then we'll also find a sink. I kind of think this one would work really nicely. This one's from Parenthood, and I like that it looks a little bit more unfinished. So I'm going to opt for that, and then we'll find another mirror for in here as well. I like this cats and dogs one. Looks like it's got that medicine cabinet built in, sort of. And maybe we can put some of these smaller stains beneath here, like it's stained the floor a bit. And then we can also take just this little bath mat from the bathroom clutter kit and put that in here. I'll use the blue swatch. And I'm going to use the same blinds in here and just shrink them down. The only bad thing about this sink is that there's no space for clutter. So I could either put it on the back of the toilet or add a shelf. You know what I might actually do? I've never really done this before, at least not to my knowledge, but I'll take a mirror of some kind. Once I decide which one I actually like. I'll find one. Hold on. I think I'll find one. Maybe I'll just use this very basic one because this looks like something that would be pre-built into an apartment. And then we're going to try and find a shelf. Maybe let's just use this one here. This one's nice, but it's a little large, so I think I'll just size it down like this and then lower it a little bit so it fits right under the mirror. And then we'll switch it to like that beige swatch, and then I'll take my trusty Dream Home Decorator shelf and line it up with this so that the objects will snap to the correct height. And then we can just go in and find some bathroom clutter to put on top of this little shelf here. So I'm gonna want some things like toothpaste, maybe some pills, maybe even this item here, and some toothbrushes. I think it should be around the correct height. So we can just put the toothbrushes like that, little pills there, the toothpaste. This item would be cute, but it's a little large, so I'm kind of wondering about sizing it down. Which works pretty cute, but then I don't know if it's too small, but maybe they're like the travel size versions of it. Could do it in that swatch, and I'll put that in the yellow there. And I think that's a super cute way to kind of clutter up the bathroom without having to put stuff on the sink, or if you don't have the option to put stuff on the sink, in my case here, then that's a good workaround. Then I also think I'll put some toilet paper on the back of here, and this will be what they use. I want to use the one with the ripped version as well. And we'll also need a hand towel. So I'm just gonna put this one on the side there. I like that the brass elements are kind of matching, or maybe they're more gold, I'm not entirely sure. But we'll do it like that. And that's actually good for the bathroom. So maybe, I think I'll save the bedrooms for the end. So let's go ahead and just quickly do the dining room since we're here. And then we will do the kitchen right after that. It's just going to be a 2-person dining table, and I think I'm going to tuck it off in the corner. In terms of the table I want to use though, I really like the texturing on this one from Businesses and Hobbies, and I feel like it's simple enough that it can work. If I wanted a square option, we have this one from For Rent. I'm still waiting on the day we get just a generic 1-tile square dining table that's just all wood, no little details, no nothing. Like, I want this but without the glass, and I don't know how we've had this game for so many years and that still has yet to exist, because this is like metal and wood and it's more rustic. I literally just want this without the little details so that it looks like it could be IKEA furniture almost. That's all I want, but until then we shall make do. I think I'm going to use this darker swatch because I really like how much you can see the wood grain. And then we'll put that in the corner, and then we'll find some chairs. There's these old dining chairs that we could use, or we could even just use the full table from Eco Lifestyle. If I can find a nice color swatch, and then maybe the matching chairs. These I think you can find from the Eco Lifestyle debug, and I like how dated they kind of look. Let me try just the cream version there. I don't think I mind that, but I don't know which kind of matches the aesthetic I'm going for. I feel like you can't even tell what kind of era I'm leaning towards, but that's okay. Maybe this one will better suit the detective, and then we can use this round table for the girls upstairs. Maybe some blue chairs would be nice to slot to this. Ooh, maybe even that one? No. Oh, I could use the matching ones from Businesses and Hobbies, but I don't know if it's exactly the style I want, so I'm gonna keep looking for something else. maybe, what about these ones? These are from Parenthood. They could work, but suddenly this room is feeling a lot darker than this one. I could brighten up with a rug maybe, but I might just opt for yellow chairs instead. What about these ones? These are from Get Famous, and they could possibly work. Let me see about a rug and we'll figure out if that's gonna help brighten up this space a little bit. There is this one from Eco Lifestyle. It's yellow and kind of organic, so I feel like organic in its shape, so I feel like maybe it could work. Excuse me, I just had a little hiccup there. But it's not my favorite rug, so let me search elsewhere. This one. I think that's too bold for this apartment. I'm not loving this combo. Oh, what about the cottage living set? Kind of like that. Could do, maybe we will make the table the lighter version. I think it blends in a little bit better with the living room. I'm just unsure about the rug that's gonna tie it all together. I need something with blue and yellow. Oh, that's a really pretty one. There's a fuzzy yellow one, but that's not what I need. About, don't think I like that one either. Oh, maybe I take the horse ranch one I was considering earlier and just shrink it down a lot, which isn't bad. That's not the swatch I was gonna use though. It was gonna be this one. Okay, I think that can work. My other option is I could lay it out. Honestly, maybe I just center it like that. Originally I had it in the corner, but I like how it fills up the space when it's like this. So we can do that. I could maybe do one yellow, one blue chair, and then it really kind of ties in. Or I just do all yellow. Okay, I think I like it like that, so I'll do that. Maybe I'll come back and change it later, but as of now, this will do. I could maybe get a cool chandelier situation to hang over the table and give it a little bit more interest. I just don't know what type of lamp would go the best there. We could pick this more like dated one from base game. I actually love this lamp. It's such a hidden gem in my opinion. I think it's so cute. I like all the detailing on it and the little roses on the bottom. So maybe I will go for that because it looks more dated and like it's been an original feature of this house for a while. I could even use the yellow version there and then switch the seats back to blue. So I might dim it just a bit because it is a little bit bright, but I think that can work. It also feels a little bit like an interrogation room, and I think that's maybe a nice bit of foreshadowing, if you will. And we'll just have to put something on the side here, some kind of artwork or wall decor. Some gallery wall pieces we could maybe use, or I mean, I'm looking in wall decor first, which maybe I should look in paintings first, but we're here now. There could maybe be a whiteboard, which they use to, you know, keep track of everything. But I think if that was the case, then maybe the roommate could pick up on suspicious activity of the criminal, and I don't want that to be the case. So I'm gonna leave that out. I'm also gonna add in this phone. It's not functional, but it is this little item that we got from again, a rewards event, and I like to put it in just for a little bit of realism, which also makes me realize I need to add the light switches, but I will do that at the end because it's kind of tedious to watch on camera. There's this new base game wall item that I really like, but I think it's too vibrant for this apartment. I want something less saturated. Okay, let me look in paintings because I feel like I'll probably have more luck there. We have these ones from Love Struck. Again, too vibrant. I like this little gallery wall that we got from, is it Love Struck as well? Yeah, this one is Love Struck. I think this is a really pretty item. So you know what, we'll put that in there. And then for on top of here, maybe I'll just put a lamp or a plant. Debating if I wanted to add any kind of like salt shakers or anything. Or I could even put like the bread, or maybe I could do, why did this disappear? Maybe I could do this little crock pot here, like they're just about to eat dinner. And then I'd also like the salt shakers if I can find them. I feel like I always skim past them. I think maybe if I search it, they show up. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to arrange this so it still fits on the table. First try. Okay, that's cute for the dining room, and now we can do the kitchen. I think I'm unsure of what cabinets would work best. I think I want them to look like they've been here for a while, so I'm almost tempted to do my favorite base game counters that I can never seem to stray away from. Or the vampire ones are really nice too, but they have too limited of a swatch selection for me to go with that. The other option would be to use these marble ones, but it's not my preferred. Maybe I'll use them in the base game ones in the darker swatch, and then we can brighten it up with the decor. Or my other thinking is I use maybe these more simple ones from base game, because they did just come with a bunch of new swatches. So we could maybe use that. I like the wooden top of these. Then there's also just this version. But I think my favorite is going to have to be this one. Unless I check out cottage living. I mean, the cottage living could work. It's just a little too monotone with the brown swatches, I think. Oh, maybe Parenthood could be nice too. This way we could kind of get a mix of that dark and light as well. But I don't know, I just love the base game ones and I don't think I can stray from them today. So we'll go with these. I think we'll do a wraparound kitchen like this. And then we could put the fridge there, stove there, and maybe the sink beside it. It might be fun to use a much older looking stove situation, but maybe that wouldn't match the outside of this house. Let's do... Maybe I could just do some stainless steel appliances. Or, ooh, I can use the fridge with all the little sticky notes. This is from the kitchen clutter kit and is probably one of my favorite items in the game. I think that could be pretty cute, but I feel like I use it all the time, so I'm gonna give it a break. And maybe we'll just use one of these fridges instead. Maybe we'll use the matching stove to go with it. I could use the grimy versions of them from City Living, but I think I'll just use the base game versions for today. And then we can find a sink. My gut instinct tells me to use this one, but I know I need to branch out. I'll probably use this one in the detective's home though, because I think I want to make his space look very messy. But for this home, we'll just give them maybe this one here. And then I will clutter up these two counters and leave this one empty. I'm going to put these blinds back in here. And I could give them cabinets as well. Is this the matching one? I think it's this one. I mean, I could give them cabinets, but it's kind of going to mess up the window placement. So maybe I'll just put them along the back here and leave the what am I trying to say? And leave the other side of the wall blank. Maybe we can put a tile along here. Sorry, I feel like my voice just went very funny there. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but hopefully the problem is fixed now. In terms of tiling, I don't really know. Ooh, actually, maybe we could use these ones from Parenthood. It does have the blue, which we could bring in. I almost want a darker version of blue. Actually, that one could work really well because it has the blue and the yellow. And it kind of matches the couch super well, actually. I feel like these tiles are not everyone's favorite, but truthfully, I love them. Like both this older swatch and this one, I think they're so pretty, and I use them in a lot of my kitchens, but I've recently discovered that people have mixed feelings about them. But I will support these tiles for forever. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna pick that color. I might just do it on that one side of the wall. And we'll see how that works. We could give them a kitchen appliance. I feel like maybe they'll have the kettle. Then they can have the coffee, tea, or hot cocoa option. So we'll give them that. I will put it on this side though. Just give them the white version. Maybe we can give them a little washing, but it's not a washing machine, a dishwasher. Well, I guess it's a type of washing machine, but washing machine implies clothes in my opinion. So we'll just give them that little one there. And they need a smoke alarm probably. I'll put that behind, where will I put that? I'll just put it on this wall there. Oh, we could give them a range hood. Maybe something like that. This one would come with some swatches that match the counters, so that can work. Okay, I'm gonna put the fire detector or fire alarm right there. And then we'll just use this range hood. And a trash can in here could work, but we have like the main trash can outside, so you could just drag the food into there. Oh, and I also put one down on this floor, did I not? Yeah, so maybe we'll leave the trash can out of the kitchen because, I don't know, I feel like it might be a little bit awkward to just put it right here. So I think I'm going to start cluttering up the counters now. I'd like to find some like paper towels, some dishes, things like that. Maybe mixed in with some other decor as well. Kind of like this bread box. That's a pretty cute item. And then we could put a plant on top of it. And here's some paper towels. Here's the dishes. We have a couple of different dish racks now that we have some new packs, but this is like the OG dish rack from Parenthood. And then we also have some from For Rent and the kitchen clutter kit. And I'm not sure which one I will end up using today. I guess it depends on what I can find. This little plant item could be cute. I feel like I never used this, but it could be a fun thing to add. And still looking for that dish rack. Oh, I could use some standalone dishes as well. I like this spice rack. We could put that in. There's a cookbook. Oh, you know what else could be nice would be adding in some radiators. Like I could just put them along the wall. I don't really want to use the vampire one because that one looks extremely fancy. Actually, maybe I do want to use it. I feel like it helps make this place look a little bit more dated. But this one doesn't have any function, so maybe I'll swap it out for the For Rent one instead so that you can have a little bit of extra gameplay. The trio of mugs is another item I think I'd like to put in here, but I'm pretty sure that's in a completely different category than the one I'm looking at right now. Maybe same with the dish racks. Yeah, here's the mug trio. Ooh, we can also use these jars that we got with the new kit. I say new, it's a couple of months old now, but I really like all these little food storage containers. We can put those in. We will do this trio here. Okay, here's a dish rack. Maybe I don't really have the space for a dish rack, and I guess we don't need it if there's a dishwasher right there, so we'll pass on that. Maybe I could put the cereal boxes. This feels like something I want to use for the detective downstairs though, just to make his space feel really messy and disheveled, like he never has time to clean it up. We can put these little soap things here by this sink. And then it looks like hand wash soap and dishwashing soap. We'll use it in the dark blue. And maybe we'll put the oven mitts as well. I'm just going to adjust the placement of all these things. I think this will go right beside the mugs. Oh, we can even shift this over a little bit because I do need to adjust where the spice rack goes. I feel like that should be okay. Yeah, that looks good. And then this I want to be in the back corner. And I want to put a plant on top of it. I'd like to do a mini plant and a little candle. I think those two things together would look really cute. I know there's a new smaller one that we got with Enchanted by Nature. That's not this one. It's a little succulent plant, and I feel like that would fit perfectly on top. Or we could use these little herb ones. Actually, let's use that instead. I feel like instead of doing a candle as well, we can use this. Okay, so taking the Dream Home Decorator shelf, holding Alt, I'm just gonna raise it to the height of this bread box. Snap this on top of it. And rotate it so it looks like it's sitting directly on it. Maybe I'll put it in the yellow swatch. It comes in a darker brown, which I might use just to bring in a little more of the moodier tones. I could even do something, switch that up. The pink and yellow are feeling a little bit too vibrant, so I might honestly just give them a white mug trio instead. This plant item, I'm going to switch to blue. Same with the spice rack, actually. I think that's cute. I feel like that's a good amount of clutter. I can't put anything on this counter here, but I could do a wall decoration to make it look sort of cluttered. And then, oh, I could maybe put this fruit basket here, and that'll kind of take up this space without actually making the counter cluttered, so this way the kitchen's still functional. I was also considering putting a tile in the kitchen. Either maybe this broken one, or maybe we could do... This is the same one as the bathroom, which I'm not sure I want to make it match to the bathroom. I wonder if I could get it with blue tile, or if maybe it feels a little bit too vibrant. This one matches the wallpaper fairly nice, but it doesn't look as dated as I would hope. I mean, this one certainly looks dated. I don't know if any of these are speaking to me, so maybe I just go back to the wood. This one. Let me actually just go with this one. I don't think I'll put a rug in the center, but I could put a little rug right by the sink here so that it's kind of like a standing mat. We can size this one down from Parenthood, and then it looks a little bit like those mats that your Sims, or like in real life, you would stand on when you're doing the dishes so your feet don't get sore, your back doesn't hurt, or anything like that. And I think that leaves their main area of the apartment done, so maybe let's go on and do the teacher, and then we will move on to the criminal's room and kind of touch up that area. So the rooms that I'm working with are actually fairly small, but I can still fit a double bed and have like one tile on each side. I don't know if I'll tuck any of them off to the corner or not. It's still functional if you do that. At least I think. Like, your Sims can slide over, but I don't know. Maybe I'll opt for the middle option. I just didn't know if we go with the idea that she's a teacher, then maybe I need to put a desk in here. But also, I don't even know if I want to use this bed. This was genuinely just the first one I grabbed. I have yet to use this life and death bed yet. So this can... Maybe this one could work for the criminal, actually. I kind of like how moody it feels, so I'll put that over there for now. There's also the very big 4-poster, but that's probably not the most suited for this apartment. I do like the wire beds, like the wireframe bed. With the yellow swatch could be cute. There's also the eco lifestyle one. I don't know if I love that one for this room though. There's this one as well. Oh, maybe even this one could work. This one's from high school years. This definitely matches all the colors of the outside, but I don't know if I love the pattern on the duvet. Ooh, maybe I'll use this floral one. Or what about this one? I'm really just checking out all my options here. Okay, let's go back to this businesses and hobbies one. It is a very comfy looking bed, but I'm thinking for this sim, this one is kind of my favorite option right now. Let me try and add a desk. I'm not sure if I'll like the spacing of it, but it's worth a shot. Perhaps I just want something kind of simple. Oh, maybe we could use this one that again matches this set from cats and dogs. Can we do it like that? Okay, let me think about the best placement for this room. Maybe this will work the best. We can have the desk under the window, and then we can fit a dresser on either side. Maybe a bookshelf and a dresser. Or maybe a mirror and a dresser. I can give that to the criminal. This is actually a costume trunk, so the criminal could like put on their super secret criminal disguise before they do their heist or whatnot from that trunk. So they might end up with quite a goofy looking one. Don't know what dresser to use. I'll use this one from Parenthood for in here, and then the mirror. I like that everything looks a little mismatched because I don't know, she's living off of a teacher's wage. Maybe she's even just a substitute teacher right now, so maybe she's like thrifted the pieces so not everything goes together right now, things like that. Or is it too awkward of a size? Because then I feel like the mirror is really getting crammed in there. I mean, alternatively, I could use this one from Horse Ranch, and then it's got the mirror and the dresser built into one, so that's pretty handy. And then that could leave room for a bookshelf on the side or a skill item. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should put a clothing hamper here so that there's actually laundry to do. Oh, also, there's like tarot decks and like card games we could put so that your Sims have more activities. I don't know if any of them would be into tarot in this house though. I'm struggling to find where the hampers are. I feel like this always happens to me. So I'm going to search it. Let's do this one, I guess. We can maybe even put the basket of blankets and pillows right here. And then beside that we could put a little pillow. Or not a pillow, sorry, a plant. Ooh, why it look like that? That looks so creepy. That's just a plant item from Realm of Magic, but I do not like how it looks. Maybe I will use this cottage living plant. This always fits really nicely in small spaces, and the leaves are pretty contained, so you can tuck it into a corner. For a desk chair, maybe we give them this one, or maybe something just a bit more simple. Even just this wooden one could be really cute. I don't know which one I want to go with. This yellow one just feels like it blends in a bit too much with the desk itself, like there's not much contrast. Let's do... we could do this high school years yellow one. This one's a different material, like it's not wooden, so I feel like it sticks out a bit better. Ooh, or maybe even... oh, we could use this one with the little flower pattern from Businesses and Hobbies, and then it kind of matches the bed. That's that's really cute. I think I will use that. I think there is an option that's more of a high back chair, but it could be mistaken. I mean, there's this one, but I'm thinking of one with a cushion. Maybe it's a stool and not a... Oh, I want to give this to the detective. A stool and not like a normal chair. I think that'll work, and then we'll give them a little computer. Maybe just a laptop, because I feel like that's very portable for a teacher. I'll give them the businesses and hobbies one. Just like that. And then we can clutter up the desk in a minute. I'll just do this side bit here. Maybe we can put a picture on the wall. Or maybe there's a calendar on this wall, like that whiteboard item that I was going to use in the dining room but opted not to. That could maybe work there, or maybe those paintings. I feel like we could get away with something a little bit more playful and colorful in this room, since this is not the criminal's room or the shared space. Though I think the criminal should have like a whole bunch of different paintings in their room. So before I forget about that idea, I'm just gonna add a couple of random ones right now, and then I can switch them out after the fact. But I feel like it'd be cool if all the walls were like covered in paintings. Either paintings she's stolen or paintings she's made. I'm not sure which just yet. This one from Life and Death is so pretty. Like the framing and also just the artwork in it is so gorgeous. But I don't think I'll use it for this room. Oh, there's also this really pretty one from Love Struck. I could put that somewhere in there. Yeah, I think maybe using the whiteboard is going to be my best bet here. Yeah, this one here. I could maybe even hang some bags from underneath it. That might be cute. And there's that little wall decor key item here from the Everyday Clutter Kit. We can maybe just tuck that in here so then it looks like there's actual hooks and whatnot under this corkboard, or corkboard slash whiteboard, I guess. Keep that there. Everything's looking a little bit monochromatic though, so just in terms of this one wood color, so I'm gonna try and mix it up a little bit. Maybe I'll use this greeny color in there to match the pillows, and we'll also put in a rug. Life and Death has so many beautiful rugs that I've been using a lot recently, so I feel like maybe I should branch out, but they're so pretty, and I mean the pack is still fairly new to me, so I just want to use them all the time, but I will try my best to resist. I feel like this one could work pretty well. There is a lot of floral though, maybe arguably too much. This pinky rug is kind of cute, so maybe we can go with that. I'm feeling like this room is a lot more pink than yellow now, but now I'm kind of wondering where the yellow is coming from. So I don't know if I try to like backtrack a little bit and add some more yellow in places. Like I could just do a fully yellow carpet, but that seems a little bit extreme, at least in that swatch. There might be a nicer yellow swatch elsewhere. Don't love that one. There is just this fuzzy one from high school years we could use. None of these are particularly speaking to me. Maybe I'll just do yellow accents instead, and this can be fine as a bedroom. Maybe yellow was their like agreed upon color for out here or something. And I'm going to take the same blinds and put them on these windows. And then we can start decorating the actual desk portion. I'd like to use this open notebook that looks like, again, she's actively marking something. Maybe we could put some jewelry and makeup on here as well. It could be her vanity as well as her desk. This stuff. Maybe I put more of those textbooks. Oh, maybe I could add some yellow pillows to the bed. Maybe that would kind of help tie in the third color. I could even tuck one over here. Or maybe I'll tuck it off to the side here like it's fallen off the bed in the middle of the night. It's a very vibrant yellow though. Maybe a bit harsh. But we can test it out. Oh, maybe we could put the little freezer bunny with wings. Put that on the bed. It brings in more of the yellow again. I'm gonna put a stack of towels up here. Like this sim has yet to put them away after doing some laundry. Oh, there's also this yellow plush toy. Put the little money thing there. And maybe this little notebook. I think a mug as well. And then I'd also want a small plant. We could use, maybe we could use one of the ones from the new pack where you can pick your potted plant base and then add in a plant that your Sims can actually take care of. Because there is some pretty cute options. Okay, I will do that, and then a lamp as well. And probably a candle. Okay, I'm running out of space on this countertop, so I think I have to start actually adding... Oh, I can't... Huh. I actually can't alt place this because I guess your Sims have to be able to use it. So... I guess I can't use that as an actual plant option. Oh, wait, this one can be moved though. Okay, that's intriguing. Maybe it's just when you kind of build your own that it can't be alt placed, but these ones can, so we can use that. I want to use oh, delete that. Let's use this one here. Oh, like that, and I'll change the color of the leaves to this, and I'll change the pot color as well. I'm gonna put the jewelry and the makeup on this side because it's closer to the mirror. I feel like that makes sense. Then we'll delete this textbook since I have like this open book here. Can put the money in the little notebook. Coffee can go here, and then the lamp will go in that corner. Maybe let's use this love struck one is maybe a bit too small. I think perhaps I will use the horse ranch one in the yellow. And then we can also use some more of these candlesticks. Okay, I like the arrangement of everything, but I'll just have to shift stuff over a little bit because it's kind of falling off the edge of the desk. That should be better. Yeah, and then we'll switch this to maybe that one. So I'm going to switch that to white just so there's a little bit more contrast. And I think that's good for the desk. And the bed probably. Just don't know if I want there to be a piece of art right there. Only if I can find one that disappears when you cut away the walls, because I really don't like when the paintings are just floating when you go half up, half down mode. Oh, we could maybe do some strings of these debug seasons artwork, and maybe it's like thank you notes that the kids she teaches have made for her. That could be pretty cute. Do I put string lights? I feel like the answer would of course be yes, but I don't know if it's going to make it too cutesy in here and then make it feel like there isn't anything eerie going on, which isn't exactly what I'm hoping for. Maybe I'll do like one strand. And we'll put one picture above here as well. I don't know what the one picture should be though. Maybe we could use this one from Streetscape because it's got the yellow. Okay, I think that looks cute for the roomies room. I don't think there's anything else I need to add. I think I've put in everything that I would have liked to, so we can just go ahead and start on the criminal room now. I tried to tidy up this room just a little bit so we can maybe decorate it with a bit more of a vision. So I just kind of put everything off to the corner and on one wall while we figure out the bedding situation, because that's usually how I make my bedrooms, is I just pick a bed that I like and then work the decorations around that. So originally I was thinking this one from Life and Death, but I don't know if it feels too elegant maybe. I mean, the criminal's still living with a roommate, so maybe they haven't made that much money yet. Though if they're doing heists, they would have a lot of money. So maybe they live with a roomie as like a disguise sort of, so that no one kind of suspects that they would have a lot of money because they're living with a roommate. So that could be the reasoning for that. But I don't know what bed I want to use. Something blue. Ooh. That one's kind of dark and moody. I almost feel like I want to give this one to the detective though, but we can see. There's this one. Maybe the wireframe, but it's a bit too cutesy. I want it to be very moody and kind of ominous in this room. And so I would like a bed that reflects that, preferably. I don't think I want a black bed. I feel like that's too dark. Also, I really want to make some kind of like rundown or abandoned home or like rundown motel and use this bed and the, where is it? The eco lifestyle debug bed that you can literally dumpster dive for, because I feel like these are such nice kind of grimy options and I really want to use them, but I don't think I'll use them for this build specifically. Wait, this bed is like one you can make with the eco lifestyle pack, and it comes in yellow, and I kind of want to use it because I feel like it would match the vibe of this furniture and kind of tie that in. So I think I actually will switch that up there, and then I feel like this room or these rooms feel a bit more cohesive. And I'll keep the little freezer bunny there because it's cute. Okay, what about one of these beds? Ooh, this one could maybe work. I like that it's dark, but it still has some lighter accents. Or there's this one, but it's a little bit too green. I don't think any of those are what I'm looking for. I honestly might have to cut the recording and come back to you guys once I find one, because this is a lot trickier than I was anticipating. Oh, maybe I could use this dark blue one. It definitely feels moody. I just feel like something about using the high school years beds, they're looking a bit more youthful than maybe I'd want. Because I'm thinking maybe, I think they're both still young adults, but maybe closer to being full adults. And so I kind of want that to be reflected in the bed, is what I'm trying to say. That one could maybe work. This one here. Oh, what if I give her the Van Gogh bed? Like with the Starry Night. It kind of ties into her painter thing, and it's kind of moody and dark. So that could work if I just make her room look like a full art gallery, basically. And then the criminal part is kind of restricted to this little almost office sort of thing. Okay, let's do this. And also, I think I will give her the listening device over the detective, because I would imagine that a detective would have access to this at like the police station and whatnot, whereas a criminal would not have access. So they will use this in their little cubby here. Okay, but now I'm second guessing because is the painting bed too on the nose? I just don't know if I want to use this life and death bed or not. I can't decide. This is so tricky. So I'm going to make it a little bit darker in here. Okay, you know what? Let's just work with this bed, and then if we put the pictures in and we decide it's a little too much, we can change it. I'm going to lay it out like this. Then we can put some kind of dresser in the corner here. I'm not finding a dresser that I like to use. There is this one. Could maybe use the businesses and hobbies one. I feel like it should still be functional, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, also I did test out these windows. They do work. The only thing with this window is if you want them to come out here through the window, you need to lock this door and then it works, because they'll realize this is the only way out. But if you have this door unlocked, they'll go all the way around and stand here. So just keep that in mind. But for this sim, they will just go through the window if you click on here without having to lock any doors. I feel like this one could work. I do like it in the black swatch there. It makes me want to just maybe lean into the dark color scheme here. Like maybe it's okay if it's not completely cohesive with the outside, because I'd imagine she doesn't let many people into her room here. Could maybe even use this bed. It definitely makes it feel moody in here. Did the life and death bed have black accents? Not really, at least not on that swatch. There is this one. Originally I was gonna go blue, but maybe I should go with like this black and red color, or like pink color, because that definitely feels moody in here. And maybe it's okay that it doesn't match the outside, because like I said, I imagine the roomie kind of did all this. Maybe the roomie lived here first and then the criminal just moved in, but then I don't understand why the roommate wouldn't take this room. Maybe so she doesn't have to pay as much rent. Could be something like that. Well, or maybe the criminal like asked to have this room instead because she's like, oh, I'm a painter, I'll use that as like my little paint studio. And now the easel's out here. Suspicious. Yeah, okay, we're gonna just roll with it because this color palette is speaking to me. So let's get some end tables here. Perhaps, ooh, maybe these 4 rent ones. I like the gold accents on these. I feel like I'm gonna try and make that a theme in here. The black with the gold accents. So maybe I even use these life and death ones. I might use them in this maroon color instead though. I don't know if it's gonna look too fancy in here if I use those matching side tables. I'm gonna pick something a bit simpler just so it doesn't feel, I don't know, I just feel like, I know I didn't finish my thought there, but I couldn't think of the word, but I just want something simpler so it doesn't feel as fancy compared to the rest of the house. There's maybe these black ones that could work. Or maybe I use the beige versions. Oh, you know what? Why don't I find a side table that matches this color of wood here? That might be our best option. There's these wooden ones, which I like. Oops. So we'll use these. I was gonna put the fan in here, but I don't actually think I will. Maybe I could put it in this room. It's not actually functional, but I like it just for a little bit of extra realism. Maybe instead of having 2 side tables, because that feels really fancy, we can just put one of these, one of them to the side and then the costume trunk on this side. Can you use the costume trunk as a dresser, or is it just like a costume trunk? I'm not entirely sure. Would a bare rug be too much? I fear I kind of like it, but it's a faux bare rug, okay? It definitely makes it feel moody in here, I will say that. Oh, I'd like to put this journal somewhere, maybe on the side table. And a lamp for this side table is a necessity. Ooh, some candles. Maybe candles instead of a lamp. I also want to use the candlesticks. Ooh, moody. I like it. Okay, maybe we could put a plant as well. I really need to find that small one that I keep talking about, that little succulent plant from Enchanted by Nature. So let me peruse for it and try not to get distracted. This one here. And it's so cute. And it has a lot of different swatch options. Maybe I'll do this darker one. Like this, and then I'll put the plant there, candle there, and then journal there. Alright, that's working pretty well. I'm going to delete these paintings. We'll put some of these big ones up here. Ooh, this one's moody, but it's very blue. I don't know if it matches the color scheme. Should I give her these ones? I just don't know if these are ones she's painted or ones she's stolen. This one also always looks like Pedro Pascal to me, but I don't think it actually is. Let's put... I don't even know. There's some of these ones which could maybe be nice. I want ones that look like they would have been in an art gallery. I feel like this matches. This one matches the bed really well, actually. So maybe I get rid of these more modern ones or contemporary ones and we could put this in. Suddenly this is a very vintagey bedroom, but maybe that's okay. Could maybe even have these portraits. Maybe even the Vlad one, although it's not cooperating. I like the look of this, but I feel like for the story I'm going for, I feel like I kind of want to use these contemporary ones instead. But they don't look as nice as the ones with the pretty frames. So maybe I try and reframe them. This one might fit on here. And what one? That one doesn't quite fit. Maybe the Vlad one would fit. That can work. Do it in... Oh, I'll do it in that magenta. I should even size this one down. That. Let's put maybe this one as well, and we'll just put it on this side here. Then we can also have this paranormal one, and just one more. I want a longer one that kind of fits in the slot here, but I don't know if I'll find one with that decorative sort of frame that I'm looking for. Maybe I do a couple, like just these base game ones. I think that looks pretty cool. We could also, if we really want to go crazy with all the artwork, we could do more of these ones from Eco Lifestyle. There's also some base game ones we could use, depending on which color option I like best. Is it under sculpture though? I always forget where this item is located, so I always forget to use it as well. Ooh, another thing, if you didn't want her to be a painter, because I know that's kind of like a common option, you could also make her a potter if you have businesses and hobbies. So I think maybe I'll put a couple of these vases from, pretty sure it's Island Living. I'll just put that up there, just like she has all this beautiful fine art in her room. And who's to say if she made it or if she stole it? Okay, I'm gonna search in Canvas and see what comes up. Okay, there's the stack of canvases there. Okay, it's under clutter. Oh, at the end here. Is there color options? Maybe I will just put them here just as blank canvases that she'll make art with in the future, just not right now. And I think I might even go as far as to make this lit only by candles, just for extra mood. I like this basic candle from Life and Death. Wait, what's the difference between these two swatches? I can't tell. I'll put the one there. One there. Put one on the other side as well. I don't have a table over here to add candles, so I might have to find some kind of hanging candle thing. Or maybe a lantern of some kind. I don't know if any of these are what I want. There's this curtain that I could drape over the bed maybe, and that could be the lighting. Oh, I can make it black, which is moody, but I might even dim them a little bit. Like that. I think that looks cool and magical. And then I'll put a mirror on this wall here to kind of fill up that space. And then we will work on the, what's it called? The criminal area. Let's use, I kind of wanted a wall mounted one because the rest of these are feeling kind of large, but I really like this ornate one from the basement clutter kit. It's so hard to remember all these names on the spot. That's why I usually lag when I talk about them. I might put a plant in this corner as well because it's looking a little sparse on the greenery. So I'm thinking this mirror, as much as I love it, it's a little bit too big for this space. So maybe let's use the city living one. It's got the black with the gold accents. It's the exact same as this base game one, just in a different color scheme. Maybe I'll actually use the burgundy of this base game version. I like these curtains, but they really do kind of restrict your view, but I think when you look from this angle it looks quite pretty, so we will keep them. And now we're going to do the little criminal section. So I'm thinking for in here, first off, we should give him some curtains because I like the idea of being able to cover it, or maybe like it already is covered. What if I just put a just this beige one? And I'm pretty sure your sim should be able to walk through that. And then we'll also need this one to cover this window. I've changed my mind about that one. Ooh, I could use these beaded ones from Paranormal. That's really pretty. I'll use that. And then for in here, I'm going to change the color of the listening device. And we'll also add a, I should put like a leather chair here, something kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Important looking, I guess. Or should we even use like one of these? Ooh, I like this one. I feel like this matches the vintagey feel that we have. And it ties in some of the wood as well, so we'll use that. And then off in the corner, I just want kind of anything that looks like it could be criminal related. Maybe these are bills she hasn't paid. Maybe paperwork on stuff she's trying to steal. Also, I'll reorganize this. I'm just gonna kind of pull out what I think is gonna work. Ooh, this quill would be fun somewhere, but I don't have another surface in here, so I guess we won't add that. Maybe I should bring in another surface. So maybe I could put one of those like standalone bars in here. And then I can add some of the bottles from Life and Death and Love Struck, I think. I think there's one from each pack. Oh no, they're both Life and Death. My mistake. So let's actually bring out the quill just in case. I know there's a bag of money somewhere. I'm not fully sure where, but I know it's here somewhere. What if I just search money? And I also think there's some gold bars. Oh, this is literally just piles of money. Where is that item that I'm talking about? I think it's a sculpture, maybe? And I know there's also a baseball bat that comes with the criminal career, so we could maybe add that as well. I'm gonna put this little paint easel here. Or not easel, paint cubby thing there. Ooh, typewriter. Maybe we could have a couple of the different things that she's stolen in here. Okay, we have some bars of gold. We have some trophies that I don't think I want to use. Looking for a bag of money. I know it exists. Oh, here's the baseball bat, which you get with the criminal career at level 4. And the bag of money is where? There's computer hard drives. Here we go. Duffel O cash. This is exactly what I was looking for. Oh, maybe we could have a blueprint as well. Like that's how she's mapping out where they're gonna do their next heist. I'm kind of wondering if she like runs an organization or if it's all solo operated. I could put just a normal desk here, but that's feeling really cramped, so let me think for a second. There's the possibility of adding the bar in here. I really sometimes wish I had the Vintage Glamour game pack, stuff pack, because it comes with a single tiled bar that looks like a globe, and I feel like that would be so perfect in this room. But oh, I guess I do have this new single tile one from Love Struck that I could use. Wondering how much I can tuck it into the wall before it's visible. Oh, maybe I could just tuck it into this wall. Oh, I shouldn't tuck it in too much though, because then you wouldn't be able to see the drinks. I feel like this is not gonna work. I just want a bar item that's like essentially these bottles here that you just put on a surface and it will function as a bar. But alas, we do not have that. Let's find some kind of pedestal table maybe, and we could like prop some of this stuff on it. Actually, I don't think she's gonna have the typewriter. We'll just get rid of that. We'll put the like money stash in the baseball bat over there. Same with the document piles. Maybe this wall has, I think there's, oh, there's like these blueprints and stuff. But I think there's some secret agent wall decor things we can add. It would be a locked item, but I have everything unlocked, so it should be fine. Oh yeah, we have this like monitor display from, this is from Strangerville, and it's meant to be for like the plant that's there, so that's an option. Maybe we also have this map here. Or, oh yeah, this is the tactical map. This is kind of what I was thinking of in terms of the secret agent thing, but I don't actually love it. So we'll leave it out. Maybe let's do, ooh, a camera could be nice in case, like, we can imagine that this can see who comes in and out, and maybe this is just like a little security monitor. And then we'll use, actually we won't use any of this. What we're gonna do is take one of these more slender tables and put it behind here, and then we'll raise stuff up onto it. Let's do this glass one from Seasons. I genuinely never use this table, but I feel like now's the time. We can put this here, and we'll raise up the letters. So I think that's kind of still in the table. Oh, actually, I don't think it was. Okay, do it like this. Just gonna put, maybe we'll just leave it as the cash instead of the gold bars. We'll put that there and this here. And that'll be a little prepping station. And the back will go right there. And we can tuck these hard drives underneath the table. Maybe we'll also put a rug here. I kind of want to use that like paint marked one from City Living. Or there is a tarp rug from APAC, but I don't remember which one. At least I think it's from APAC. I feel like it's City Living. But as of now, I'm not seeing it. If I just type in tarp, let's see what comes up. Oops, that's trap. I know how to spell, I swear. Okay, yeah, here's the one I was thinking of. We'll put this down. I almost even want to change the wallpaper in here. Maybe like this room never got like refinished or something. Maybe this is like old paneling. Just feel like it makes it moodier in here. It also makes me want to change the light to that single light bulb that we got from Laundry Day. And then it'll feel like an interrogation room almost, and also kind of like suspicious. And then just so this wallpaper doesn't look as brand new, we can put in a couple of different like wall markings. Maybe a cobweb or two as well. And I think that's going to be good for this top floor actually. So now we can just go ahead and do the detective's apartment. Okay, so now that we're going to start on the detective apartment here, I think before we move on to the truly fun part, we'll just quickly get the bathroom out of the way. And then that way we don't have to worry about it and we can move on to decorating the really cute part. So I think maybe I'll just use the same shower. I feel like for the most part it makes sense to have similar appliances in each of these apartments because it is like one building. But I also feel like this wasn't built as an apartment, it was built as a house and got turned into an apartment later on. So I almost feel like we could switch up the appliances if I wanted to. We'll see how I feel when we get to it. Maybe I'll switch up the sink though, actually. Honestly, you know what? Maybe I'll switch up all the things in this bathroom. We could do, I mean, these showers are very similar, but this one, it's got like the bar of soap and a less modern feeling handle. So maybe we could use that. Or we could use, there's this one from Seasons, but that one looks too new. I think most of these are gonna look too modern, I guess, and not like it's been in this house for a while. So we'll opt for this one. And for the sink, we'll probably do... Maybe I could use this cottage living one. It's like similar-ish vibes to the one I was using upstairs, but this one will give us space for all of our little clutter items. And since this is just one sim, I'm going to use this cup with the toothbrush in it from the bathroom clutter kit. And then I will also use a soap dispenser. I don't think I want to use the one from that kit because it looks a little too new, so I'm just going to use the base game one that looks a little bit older. Then we'll need toilet paper as well, and I'm going to put the toilet over here, so I think I'll just use the same toilet. It's just the very trusty one. So we can use that, and then all of this should be functional, including the window now, so that's very good for us. And I think we could also put a couple of water damage marks down here. I like it on that side by the shower. And we could put a little bath mat as well. Perhaps this one. This is just like a rubber looking one. Sometimes I use this as a pet food mat. Sometimes I use it as a bath mat. Sometimes I use it in a kitchen. It looks like it would be waterproof, but not water absorbent. Maybe I'll just use this white one from base game. I'll put it facing this way, and then on this side we can put a couple of different towels. I'll add the plunger still. We could just use, there's this towel rack, but it doesn't fit on that wall too much, so I'll probably use something different. Ooh, I also might like to add this razor. I feel like I never add this into my builds. I feel like I always forget to, but I'll put it in this one. And we will use, I guess, just this base game towel rack. You can put it maybe in, the green could be nice. Maybe we could do it like that. And then just a mirror. I like the one with the sticky notes because it feels like he's leaving reminders for himself, or maybe he's actually leaving clues, or like he's come up with something to solve the case a bit further and he like posts it on his mirror so he doesn't forget. I think that could be fun. And we can also put something on that ledge. I just need to get the trusty Dream Home Decorator shelf. You know the drill. Hold Alt and raise it up to the height, and then we will find something to put on top of here. Could maybe put like some medicine bottles, even a water bottle possibly. Let's do these little tubes here. It could be like aftershave or something. Cute, very cluttered. And I will also put just a couple of damaged wall marks over here. Okay, a very simple bathroom, but a very cute one at that. So now we will just move on. I guess we'll start with the living room since I already have most of the furniture. And this is where the dining table is going to go anyways. So honestly, we already have a good chunk of this section done. I think originally I was going to do a love seat instead of the 3 tile wide one, but I think I like the look of this couch too much to pass it up, so we're gonna keep it. Maybe I'll do this one here. There's that rug. Maybe I could use a werewolves one, but this is gonna end up looking a lot older than the one above, and I'm not sure if that's the look I want, so let me just explore some other options. This is a fun rug that I've never used before, but it could be nice to tie in like the blue and yellow a little bit, or the like brown and blue sort of. Maybe even something from the Parenthood pack could work. Okay, this one might make it like too one tone, but this app matches so perfectly. I almost feel like I have to use it, but I don't think it's quite the look I'm going for. Maybe something like this. This is just from Dream Home Decorator. Maybe we could use this swatch here. I think that could be cute. And then we can find a little console table. I think I'll use the one with the books here. Ooh, or I could use this this one from Get to Work. It could be fun because maybe when the detective first moved into this apartment, he didn't have much furniture and they were like getting rid of furniture at the office, so then he just took some of the filing cabinets. That could be kind of a fun detail. Just don't know which swatch I would use. I kind of like this one, but I think there is going to need to be a bit more color. I could even give him the green couch. It is a pretty warm green, so that could work. And it would add some more color. So maybe we'll test that out. I can always change it at a later date. I'll switch this to brown to kind of tie in this pink here and then the brown of this. And I can also... oh, maybe I could change the table to match the couch as well. I'll keep the table white but the chairs green to match the couch. And then we can put a TV on here. Maybe it just has like a slightly smaller one, a bit of an older one. I almost just want to use this one. I kind of like the chunky looking one. And then we could put some plants on the side here. Maybe just one plant. I feel like he might forget to take care of them because he's so busy like trying to solve the case and whatnot. But maybe I'll put one of these active houseplant things. I didn't get to use the pothos in the last one, so maybe I'll put that here. We can change the maybe to the red. Maybe I'll go for like a greeny red color scheme down here. Yeah, I think that could be nice. It's not important that the levels look cohesive in colors because they're two completely different apartments with different people, so I think that's fine. I almost wonder if there should be like a fireplace in here. I would have the space if I put it in between here and then put the TV on that, which could be nice, but I'm kind of attached to this idea of keeping this cabinet. But the fireplace also looks really cute. So now I don't even know. Could I put this cabinet somewhere else? Maybe in the bedroom? But that's kind of where I was going to put a desk. Let me test out the placement of a bed and see if I could put it somewhere there. Oh, wait, okay. Wait, this is the dresser. I was going to put the desk here, and then I was going to have this little thing. If I put it here, I'm worried about the functionality. And also it just doesn't feel too necessary there. This is going to be the kitchen, so I don't really want to put it there. I just can't decide if I want this cabinet or if I want the fireplace more. Also, I'm realizing I wanted to put the radiators and I forgot to do that, so I'm going to quickly do that now. I think just these smaller ones maybe. At least in the bedrooms where we're kind of low on space. Put them there. We'll put a big one in the kitchen and kind of take up this wall. That's probably good. And then we will put some down here as well. Just do a small one here. Also, I'm using the chipped versions because I really like how those look. I'll use the white option of it down here though. And then in the bedroom, just one of those. Okay. So I do really like how the fireplace looks, but I also really like the idea of this. So I think I'm gonna keep this instead. Yeah, I think it's too cute to not put it. Also gonna go into debug and use this little remote. And then find some other things I could put here. This one could also have the used coffee mug. Maybe some tissues. Oh, maybe we could get the stack of CDs just from base game and it could kind of look like movie CDs. Oh, we could pretend this is a picture of him and his squad, like his fellow detectives. I'd imagine there's just like stacks of paperwork everywhere while he's trying to solve this case, so we'll put that as well. We could put like a little note up here. Oh, this one can be alt placed. I don't know why it wasn't letting me alt place it earlier. Maybe I was grabbing just the plant and not the whole pot. That could be the issue. Let me angle it ever so slightly. We need something to go along there. Maybe there's just like a little bit of money here. Oh, we could even put the phone and keys, just kind of like he's dumped his pockets on this table here. This chest set could be a fun thing to add. We'll do it like this. So the coffee cup can go there. Then all the things he's just kind of dumped on this table will go there. Like in front of the TV as well, maybe. Or actually, I'll put the phone here and maybe scooch the mug over and then put the money there. And voila, everything fits. I'll keep that dark brown swatch. I like how that looks. And then a little picture up here would be cute. I just have to figure out what kind. Or maybe we do some of his like achievement. Like maybe we have a certificate or a diploma or something up there. Could also be into movies. Oh, another fun plot would be like the detective is a really big movie fan and then the criminal he's hunting down is actually an actor that's in a lot of the films that he likes. And then maybe one time he's trying to track her down and he's kind of getting closer to figuring out who it is. And then she like puts like a hint in the movie or like breaks the fourth wall in the movie to like talk to him or something. That could be another fun idea if you don't want to go with the heist painting option. Should I just give him some inspirational posters? Oh, I feel like this photo really suits the vibe. So I'm gonna put that in. Cute. And I don't know if I want anything on this wall. I might just put some wall marks. Just a couple of these. And then here's the dining room. Really isn't anything too crazy. Maybe we'll actually put a lamp right here. Just some kind of like standing lamp. Maybe this one from Businesses and Hobbies. Maybe I'll do it with that pinky color. Again, feels very interrogation-y, so I think that'll work nicely. I don't think interrogation-y is a word, but hopefully you know what I mean. And then we'll add these blinds as well. I like them because they don't cover the window, but they look like they could be pulled down to cover the window if you needed them to, so I think they're quite perfect. And so we have that there. I've just used a dirty mug over here, so I don't think I'll add another. But maybe we could put some of these debug bowls that we got from Enchanted by Nature and pretend... Oh, what's this also? Oh, that's really cute. Maybe that's a part of his like stash over here. But we could take the Enchanted by Nature bowls and make it look like his breakfast or something. If I can find a swatch that I like, that is. Maybe he can also have the salt and pepper shaker. Oh, maybe this drink tray. We'll just have like a lot of different kind of clutter pieces on here. Maybe I'll even put the salt and pepper on the drink tray. I wonder if I could get like one light to hang above it sort of thing. Like this one. Again, businesses and hobbies. I almost wonder if I should size it down though. Just dim it a bit. Again, it looks like an interrogation kind of light. So I think that works. What else do I want to add on to here? I need something else. Maybe some kind of small plant. I mean, I haven't used this one down here, so I could put this one. Maybe that one actually goes on the drink tray. And then we can just find one more small thing to put along there. Kind of the little tea thing. There's a bowl of acorns. Maybe there's this little cookie jar. You know what, let's put a case file over here because the grind never stops for this detective. So we'll put that there. I mean, if your Sims actually try to eat at this table, there's going to be a lot of clipping involved, but I like how messy it looks, so I'm not willing to clear it up. But of course, if you guys want to, you absolutely can. And let's put another kind of like something here. I would like to put a cobweb even. I can never tell which of these does what. I'm always... Oh, this one goes in the corner. Okay, we'll use that. Thing is, it's not something that can be sized down, so it's just gonna have to be really big like that. Oh, we can also maybe put this little police calendar. I mean, he's a detective, but we can pretend it's a detective one instead of a police one. And maybe one more photo there, and then I shall be happy. Perhaps maybe this one. I like it for the color scheme. Ooh, or even the cafe one's pretty cute. I think I'll go with this one, the nectar photo, if you will. Wait, I love that little dining corner so much. That's so cute. It's very simple, but it's speaking to me. Is there anything else I should put over here? Maybe this is where I could put some of those diplomas. I don't know if they're under wall sculptures or wall decorations or just the paintings, but I think it's probably wall decorations. There is these diplomas. I don't know if it would be a Brightchester or a Foxbury one. I don't know what you would do where. Ooh, I'll also put the phone right by the front door. Ooh, and maybe even a fire extinguisher. Actually, this should probably be just in the hall. That there. Oh, I also want to put the exit sign here. I don't know if I've passed it though. I'll keep scrolling, and then if I don't find it, 'tis okay. Oh yeah, there's also this one. This is a doctor diploma though. But I mean, obviously you can't tell when you actually have it up because it's all in Simlish anyways. This one's a loyal employee. We hear some little police ones. This is meant for the actual police station, so maybe I won't put that one. I kind of like just this little cluster here. I think that's cute. Oh, this is art history. Oh, let's use this one from Get to Work instead. Like that. Super cute. And I think maybe we could put a security camera in this corner. See who comes in and out. And now let's go to the kitchen here. I think for this bottom floor, I might want to use this version of the base game counters instead of the ones I use upstairs. Might just be a nice little bit of a change. Or I could use these jungle adventure ones maybe. Ooh, that's kind of pretty. But these feel too modern to use, but I actually have yet to use these, so I should maybe get on that soon. But for now, even the vampire ones could be cute. But I think for today, I'm just gonna go with these base game ones. Now, the question is, do I do this swatch, or do I do a darker one with the stone countertop? I'm gonna try this one today. And I think we'll have it wrap around like this. Be a decent sized kitchen. So I might even just raise up the window so that it doesn't clip with the counters. On this side, let's actually use an end piece so it's less cramped with the door there. And then this here could be where the fridge goes. I love how this one from Home Chef Hustle just fills up the full tile perfectly and always connects with the counter, but it looks too new, so we're gonna go with, maybe we'll actually use the one from the kitchen clutter kit with all the little details on it, because I think that's really cute. But I guess, you know what, let me check on my other options just to be sure. There could be a much older looking one in here, a very retro one. But, you know what, maybe let's just use this base game one again. I honestly kind of like it in this orangey brown swatch, so I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna put the oven right there and the sink over here. I'm gonna use the sink with the dishes. I'll just make it silver, and then the stove, let's use this beigey one, I think. I might even be able to fit cabinets in this one, but actually I think I have this off, like in the center of two tiles, so I don't think that's gonna work perfectly actually. Maybe put put it on, like just pick the side that it's on. Like that. Do I want the cabinets to wrap around? I think it's okay if they're just on that one side. We'll put some tile here. There is these individual tile pieces that we now have with a couple of different packs actually, which is so lovely. I'm waiting on the day they do that same concept but with like wainscoting that you see at the bottom of as like trim on the walls. For now we only have it as tiles, but I will take what I can get. Just need to find it first. I actually think it's under paintings. So we have one here from Lovestruck, one from the kitchen clutter kit, and then one from the newest pack, Enchanted by Nature, which is here. And then basically you can just tile them together to make your own custom backsplash. I don't know. Oh, that one has little axolotls and lizards. Or are they geckos? I don't really know the difference. This one's too colorful, so I'm not going to use that one. I think this one looks too whimsical. It's completely gorgeous, do not get me wrong, but I think it's a bit too pretty for this apartment. So that leaves us with this one. Maybe I'll use this one here. It doesn't really work behind windows, like it kind of covers that up, so I could just lower it there. And then we can just kind of do it like that. I think that's nice. And then now we can just add a bunch of little details onto the counter. Let's go into misc decorations this time and peruse. Ooh, a knife block could be nice. Maybe another spice rack, but something different from the one we use upstairs. Ooh, this mug. I feel like I have to give him a coffee pot. That just feels very detective. What is this? The scale. Pretty, but I don't know what to do with it. Tarot deck. What else? Ooh, that's very pretty. Can you put this over a bed? Oh, whoa, I guess you can. Oh, that's so cool. This is from Lovestruck, and it's just like a little canopy sculpture. Oh, here's the other water tower that we got from Lovestruck, which of course I love because look at this swatch. Isn't it so beautiful in all its textured glory? I very much like that one. But I'm getting very sidetracked. Oh, there's another one. These are so cool. Wow. Okay. Sidetracked. Focus. Let me find a dish rack. Unless I give them a dishwasher as well. Give them a fruit bowl, maybe. Mortar and pestle, perhaps. I think this is like an incense thing. Oh, maybe we could give him a little city thing. And what else? I would like the paper towels. Yep. And maybe we will give him a dish rack. I think I'll leave maybe this counter empty or this corner one because you really can't see anything in this corner. So yeah, it's very hidden, so I feel like there's no point in decorating that, but I could definitely decorate this one. I'll put a lamp over here. Also, I don't even know how common it is to have lamps in your kitchen, like on your counters, but that's something that we do in my house. Instead of, because we are not big light people, we use a million different lamps instead of one overhead light. So I think maybe we could put a lamp here. Oh, maybe even this one from high school years. Looks pretty detective-y. I'm gonna find a more neutral looking fruit bowl. Swatch, that is. I'm not completely changing the fruit bowl. And then, you know, actually maybe we'll put the lamp in this corner here. We can put the fruit beside it. Oh, I was still looking for that spice rack actually. I'm thinking of the rotating one, or even just that like Lazy Susan item from the kitchen clutter kit. Where is it? I'm pretty sure there's a rotating spice rack as well. I can't remember what pack it is, but I know we have it. Oh, maybe some of these bottles as well. Goes in a jar. Oh yeah, here's the Lazy Susan. I think we'll put this in the corner here. I'll put the dish rack on that side. I can put the knives and stuff over here. Paper towel will go there. This bottle also seems like, or this item even, just seems really large, so I'm gonna size it down by 1. You can put the little cityscape over there. Switch up some of these colors. This utensil holder is from the kitchen clutter kit as well. The knife block, I believe, is Home Chef Hustle. Let me double check that. Yes, Home Chef Hustle. It has some very beautifully textured knives. I might use this multicolored one. And I'll just put the little cityscape over to the side. Except maybe I won't because it's actually quite a large item. Maybe I just put it in front of the knife rack instead. Cute. And again, I'm just going to switch up some of these colors here. That one. And then we'll do the dish rack. Oh, I'll put the coffee pot here on this one. Let's use... I like this older looking one. This is from the Restoration Workshop kit, and you actually have this like grimy version, and then your sim works on their handiness skill and they can repair this, but I have debug open so I can just use the already repaired versions. I'll do the green swatch. Okay, this mug is kind of in the way, so I might even size this down like this. Okay, and then this should still be fully functional for your Sims to prep. If it isn't, I'd probably recommend deleting this mug rack here, but I think I'd like to keep that, so I'm gonna leave it there. Oh, I guess we kind of need a range hood, don't we? It's this one. Maybe we could use this metal one. Nice bit of texture. And honestly, that might be good for the kitchen. I've cluttered up every surface, so I don't see what else I could do, but... Oh, we should add a fire alarm. Maybe even the burglar alarm should be here. Maybe I'll put it upstairs as well. Ironically, because there's literally a thief living in this house. But I guess the roommate doesn't know that, so put that in there. You can also put the thermostat. These are just things that, if you have these packs, are kind of helpful. Well, I guess the burglar alarm is base game, but the temperature controller thing, the thermostat, oh my gosh, I just completely blanked on that. That is from Seasons. And it prevents your Sims from freezing in their own home. Should the detective have a pet? Maybe he's got like a dog or something, or a cat. I could see him with a cat. Maybe I'll just put the little bowl there in case you guys want to give him a pet. Oh, but I could put the little pet bed on the end of the sofa. Just a small little one. Wait, it's so cute. Okay, I'll do that color. And then maybe we can just go to the bedroom now. I could give him the businesses and hobbies bed. There is a green swatch that could work. Honestly, even like this dark blue one. Maybe I merge it so the headboard's hidden. I feel like the headboard makes it look very fancy. So I might just remove it altogether. The other option is to use my beloved Seasons bed. It would match the color scheme pretty well. But maybe just to mix it up, I'll use the businesses and hobbies one. For end tables, maybe one of them has this little pull-out drawer stuff. This is from businesses and hobbies. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be a tattoo cart, but I think it's kind of fun as a side table. And then maybe instead of another side table over here, we could put... What could we put? Maybe we can have like a couple of suitcases, because maybe he has to do overnights a couple times or just likes to be prepared for anything. So maybe do that. Maybe I'll just do one, and then I will also put a lamp, I think. What is this? Don't know. We'll put a lamp. Maybe just this broken one from Basement Treasures Kit, I believe. And then I'll put a plant on this side table. But I'm not sure which one yet. So let me peruse. Could do this big one. Maybe I could use another one of the house plants because I really like how they look. I really like this fern one. So maybe I'll put that. We could do a little clock on the side. I like this one. This one we got from a rewards event again. It's a little bit more old-timey looking. I'll use the gold version. Maybe we could even put some magazines or, ooh, let's use these sticky notes. Like if he has a thought in the middle of the night, he can just write it down. And we'll also need a candle, maybe? Maybe I'll use this bedside table light from Eco Lifestyle. This is the fabricated one that you can make with this pack. I'm pretty sure when it says fabricated, there's like this item that your Sims can use to basically craft other items. And I'm fairly certain that's what the fabricated title means, but if I'm incorrect on that, you guys can let me know. Cute. A rug is necessary, I'm feeling. Oh, you know what I could put here instead of a desk? Well, actually, I think there still should be a desk, but I was considering putting like a whiteboard or that one that we got from Get to Work that's meant to be the detective's board. I don't know where it is, but it basically looks like this, and I think it's 3 tiles, so it's not going to fit back here, but that is a fun idea. It also could be nice to have like workout gear somewhere here, because I'd imagine if you're chasing criminals, you probably have to stay fairly fit. So maybe I'll actually just put it on the edge here where the cat is. I think that should still be usable. I'll just leave that there. And then we can still put the desk back here. Maybe again I could use the ones that kind of look like they're from the detective office. I'll use the matching set here. Though I don't know if I love the green with the blue in this room. Maybe I'll use the gray with the brown. And then maybe just the swivel desk chair. No, I don't really like that chair. Perhaps instead we shall use this desk chair. Maybe I will put the green desk here and kind of switch up the color scheme in this room. I'll use the green bed instead of the blue so it feels a bit more united. Then we can put the green desk here. I think this green is maybe a little bit too aggressive, so I like this high school year's desk chair. I think maybe I'll use this red one to kind of tie in some of these accents out here. I need like an in-between shade of this red and this pink, but it does not appear to exist, so we'll just go with this one. And I was looking for a rug before I got completely sidetracked. Maybe we could use a life and death rug. Oh, I like this one. This one's also nice with the orange, but I don't have too much orange going on. This one kind of looks like it would match the best. It's definitely older looking though, so I don't know if maybe I find something a bit more youthful. I kind of like this one. It's like similar vibes to this rug, but just in a slightly different font. But I'm not sure it's my dream rug just yet. Oh, part of me wants to give him the zebra rug. A lot of people might hate on this rug, but I am a big fan of it. I really like the zebra print. I really like these ones, like the weird avocado swatches. I think these ones are probably just my... Oh wait, no, these ones here are my least used versions, but every other swatch I basically love. Oh, you know what? Maybe we could give him this eco lifestyle one. I like the texture that it brings. I almost wonder if I should like stack two of them to get more of the shape that I want. I'm gonna use this warmer toned one. Cute. I'm feeling like this desk area isn't really matching. Maybe it's the chair. I don't know why I'm struggling to find one that works. Maybe I just match the chair to the desk. Also, many years ago, I did a build for the police department. It's not something I ever recorded or posted because that wasn't a thing for me at the time. But I'm pretty sure I still have it somewhere in a save. Maybe if I can find it, I'll re-upload it for you guys. Actually, it might still be on my gallery page, but that is something I did. I remember being pretty happy with it. I did add a lot of different items, so if you ever want to like upgrade how the police department looks when you take your sim to work, you can always consider that. I also know James Turner, like the Sims Supply, also has a really good one. I remember when he made his detective build, that's when I was like, oh, I should make a police department of my own, and so I did. And I was very much inspired by his build, so highly recommend. I was looking for something and I just can't remember what. Also, I don't know which desk I want to go, or not desk, but computer I want to go with. This one's a criminal one because it folds up into like a briefcase. This one, tech guru, scientist, secret agent. This one looks more like a streamer setup. I'm kind of more interested in this chunky looking one. Looks a little bit more dated. Maybe we could put a speaker on the desk as well. And a lamp. Maybe what about a lava lamp? It's kind of fun. I'll use the yellow lava lamp, I think. We can also put some books over here. Ooh, maybe I could even build in this shelf here. This is from Discovery University. Could be nice to have it as like a bookshelf though. Let's do it like this. We'll put this off in the corner. We'll have the light, and then we can just kind of tuck the suitcase in there. I also should give them some wall art. Before I forget, is this going to be accessible though with the radiator there? I would think so, but you never actually know. But if it's not, you can just delete the radiator because there's plenty else in here. I'm not actually sure if it functions like one radiator does the whole house or if it does just that specific room. If anyone plays with For Rent and knows the answer, please let me know, or just let everyone know in the comments below. Let's give them a fish, I think. That would be a cute addition. The speaker by a fishbowl is probably not the smartest idea, so we'll put that to the other side. A corkboard above here could be nice. What else? Could give him a gaming console just as another activity. But I don't really have a space, so we'll leave that out. Any other activities I could put here? I'm not seeing anything else I want to add at the moment. Oh, instead of this ninja star one, I might put this here instead. This is a werewolves one. Oh, it even comes in green. Perfect. Oh, I also just realized I kind of just left these rugs out in the open. Yeah, I don't see any other skill items in here that I want to add, so let's just polish it up with some clutter. I'd like there to be these like stacks of files around. I'm fairly certain that it would be not allowed, unpermitted, illegal even maybe to bring like these files home with you, so we can just pretend that these are his like personal documents that he's acquired. Or maybe he's even taking them and no one really knows, so maybe he's also breaking the law. What else could go there? A plant, perhaps? But I think a stack of papers might make it even better. I know there's more than just this stack of papers. At least I'm fairly certain there is, but I can't seem to find it, so I guess we'll keep using the same one. But I feel like there's an object where it's like papers spread out instead of stacked. But maybe it's all in my head. I'm not seeing it anywhere here. I was hoping maybe I was just looking in the wrong category at first, but as of now, it's not looking like anything. Oh, I could also, if you wanted to not have laundry or you don't have laundry day, but you have, what's it called, Love Struck, you could use this utility closet here that your Sims can use. let's see. These are all like celebrity tiles. So my chair keeps creaking. I apologize if you can hear it. Oh, this is the detective board I was talking about. Oh my gosh, it's even bigger than I thought. It's actually 4 tiles, so we won't be putting that. This one here we'll have to do. Yeah, and I'm not seeing the paper stack that I wanted, so we're just gonna use this one again. There. And then I want to find the postcards that go on this corkboard. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay. Do some of these here. And we can pretend these are maybe like photo evidence and whatnot. I know there is some actual debug photo evidence from this pack. Like there's these photos here. This pack as in get to work. Oh, here's the other documents I was thinking of. Why do they look so small in the menu? I didn't even notice them. Okay, we'll use this one instead. And then maybe we'll put photos on this side of the desk. Just there. And we'll change up the swatch of some of these. And again, I'm going to put a couple of wall marks. Maybe some more scrapes there. And we need something for above the bed. I might put a mirror over here as well. Maybe just this eco lifestyle one. And then we can put a picture up here. I don't know what kind of picture though. Not really sure what his interests would be. I feel like he'd be pretty tunnel visioned on his hunt or mission for like finding the criminal. I did just have probably one of the most genius thoughts I've ever had. That's definitely not exaggerating. I'm thinking we could put a painting above the bed that is actually something that Miss Criminal up here has painted, and he doesn't know that it's actually one of her paintings, and maybe that's how he meets her, is he like stumbles upon her art show or something, or is told to go and like be security there, and then he meets her and he's like, oh my gosh, I love your art, and then little does he know that that's the criminal he's been looking for. But the question is, which of these pieces would be her art? What if it's like this one and this is like a self-portrait or something? Could be something like that. See, I don't want to use any of the any of the ones from up here, because I want them to be like original pieces and not copies. So maybe what we could actually do is take this one, size it up, and we could use the version that's this one instead, because they kind of look like they could have been made by the same artist, but it's just a different image. Maybe this is a self-portrait, who even knows? But I think we could use that. I kind of like it as a really large scale one, so maybe we could do that. And then on this side here, oh, we should give him a laundry hamper. And I didn't really give him a shoe rack anywhere, so I guess we could put that somewhere over here. Or maybe just the pairs of shoes from Dream Home Decorator could work. Oops. Oh, I guess I don't want to put them there because then it might make this unusable. So we'll just put it off to the side. And I don't think there's anything else that I need to add to this room. I'd probably consider it done. I'm just wondering if I should put some fancy kind of picture frame around this artwork here. Does the flat one fit? It fits a little bit. Do it like that. Okay, I think that works. You know what? I think that's it for this build, actually. So let's go to the tour now. Alright, starting on the outside here, we have our very lovely, realistic home. I love how it looks in live mode with the wind and the wind turbine. I think that's very beautiful. I'll show you it in different lightings in just a second. I'm just gonna do a little tour around the side of it so you can see all the angles. Even this is a very pretty shot to me. We have our little fire escape thing for their little meetings, a couple of different skill items or just activities to do back here. We have our dumpster, our very suspicious window that maybe doesn't apply anymore since I've gone with the route that she is a thief and not, you know, something worse. And then we have this side. I like the little row of cars and that there's one car for each sim. I think that's kind of cute, and it also just helps it feel like it is an apartment and not just a house. Very cute. And I'll quickly go into build mode to show you the other lightings, because I think evening light on this house is so pretty. And then this is it at nighttime. Also very pretty. And then this is it in the morning. But we shall tour it in live mode, I believe. So starting from the outside, we go up to the entrance here. And we've got the little door plates, the little door from Love Struck. It's taking me a while to get into the door. I think this would be about Sims height. Then we have the entrance here. Nothing too crazy. Oh, I like that the security camera blinks in live mode. I didn't even know it did that. Then we have our little laundry room, very small, very cramped, and our little board. Then we can go into the first apartment, which is the detective's apartment, and here's what we're working with. It's pretty cute. We'll actually go into the bathroom first. So we have his little space to get out to the fire escape and see her if he wants. Then we've got the little setup there. Here's the living room. I really like the picture I chose. I don't know why, but it just seems very fitting. We've got like the detective paraphernalia, the little punching bag, cat bed, our cute little dining area, our lovely kitchen. I really like how this kitchen looks. I think it's very cute. And then we go on through into the bedroom. We have his desk area here because I believe he's a workaholic a little bit. And then we have the bed area. I like all the little mixed and matched pieces. And I like that we have a piece of her art in his room as a little way to tie them together. And then the little dresser. And then making our way back, we will go upstairs to the next set of apartments. So we go up these spiral staircases, and then we're met with our first door, or our second door actually. And then we come on in, very tight entrance, but that's okay. And then, oh, look at the light through the windows at this time of day. We've got the candles going. It's a very scenic little shot there. And we have the bathroom, nothing too crazy. I really like this little shelf that I added here. We have the pictures of the roomies. Oops. Our little console table. Our little art area. Some pressed flowers. Our really cute dining room. It's very quaint, but I really like it. And then our kitchen. Also love the clutter in here. I like the stacking of items that I did. And then into the first bedroom, which is the roomie, the teacher. Little bed area. Does this fan spin? Oops. I'm curious if this... Oh, you can turn it on. That's very cool. But anyways, I got distracted. This is our room. Little desk. And then we come on out and go into the next room, which is the criminal's room. Oh, the lighting in here at this time of day is also gorgeous. With all of the paintings that have been stolen. There is Don't know if they're gonna show up. There is the curtains though. I want to get a shot of that from here. Very moody and magical. Other side. And then through here we have the criminal room. We've got the listening device, all of her criminal stuff, the camera, which I will bring down so it's not clipping, and then her fire exit escape. And that is basically the build. Do one final. Who was at my door? Help. Alright you guys, so that is going to be it for today's long play. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. I had so much fun building it and I loved the storyline, and I'm very excited to keep doing the artwork for my characters in like the 1920 setting. But yeah, if you have any comments or suggestions or things you want to see me build, make sure you leave it down below. Also give this video a like and a subscribe if you want to see some future content, and hopefully I will see you all in my next video. Bye all.